The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Canyon. Found a medium-sized camp. Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. Can I unlock a mount with 100 loyalty? Woohoo. That's great. After all, compared to riding on these robots, riding a mammoth is more stylish. At the same time, Sam, who had finished exploring the surrounding terrain, came to report. Lord, I looked at both sides of the nearby canyon and didn't find a place for the mammoth to go up. Its body is too big. After listening to Sam's report, Cao Crossing glanced around. This canyon is 70 to 80 meters deep. The terrain on both sides is relatively steep, and occasionally a few large protruding rocks can be seen. Cao Crossing and his team can climb up easily, but it is a bit difficult to climb up with Dabe's size. Cao Crossing can't just leave Dabe here and take people up by himself. After all, this is a level 20 boss level creature with very strong combat power. After thinking for a moment, Cao Crossing said, let's go deep into this canyon and see if there is any other place to go up. Yes, Lord. Follow your instructions. Andrew is willing to charge for you. Sam and others received the order and moved forward to the depths of the canyon. As for the crawler robot above, it followed the footsteps of the crowd along the edge of the crack under Cao Crossing's order. Dabe followed behind the team, and his huge body looked very powerful. Boom. Boom. Its thick elephant legs, every step out, made a heavy sound like an earthquake. With the addition of the mammoth, Cao Crossing's team became stronger. At the same time, because the crawler robot did not come down, Cao Crossing lost his means of transportation. He looked at the forklift robot on the side. Its bucket was 50 centimeters deep and nearly 1 meter wide, which was enough for him and Liu Muxue to sit in. So Cao Crossing commanded the bucket robot to put down the bucket and took Liu Muxue to sit in. Creak. The sound of the mechanical arm turning appeared. Cao Crossing's vision began to rise. He looked ahead and said happily, start the excavator. The team started moving again and maintained a good speed. At this time, Cao Crossing looked at the time above his head. Countdown to dark. 2:17. Current temperature, -53. It will be dark in 2 hours. It seems that we have to hurry up to find the way up and return to the camp. At this time, Liu Muxue, who was sitting next to him, reminded him, Xing, it seems that there will be a snowfall tonight. Cao Crossing nodded. He also remembered this. Although there is no tendency of snowfall now, once it starts snowing, the temperature will drop rapidly and the road conditions will become more complicated because of the snow. This will slow down their pace even more. He has to take people back to the camp as soon as possible, otherwise they will have to spend the night outside. Cao Crossing ordered, everyone, speed up. Sarah, go ahead and explore first. Everyone accelerated their forward speed, and the 4 robots also entered a high energy consumption state. And Sarah's figure disappeared from the spot. Trample. Trample. Dense footsteps sounded. The surrounding scene was rapidly receding. This canyon seemed to be formed by some kind of geological movement. The ground was relatively flat, and occasionally 1 or 2 boulders covered by wind and snow could be seen. Half an hour later, they had advanced about 3 or 4 kilometers. Sarah appeared again silently. As an assassin, she not only had extremely strong assassination ability, but also had strong reconnaissance ability, which made her more suitable for exploration work than Sam. Sarah said lightly, 1 kilometer ahead, there is a camp, where a large number of hunters gathered. After listening to Sarah's report, Cao Crossing was stunned. There is actually a hunter camp in this place. However, thinking of the scene of the group of hunters encircling Dabe just now, it is not surprising that there is a hunter camp nearby. Cao Crossing nodded and continued to ask, how strong are the hunters? Sarah replied, there are about 40 hunters in the camp. Most of them are ants, and there are 4 second-level strongmen. However, there is a breath that gives me a strong feeling about the same strength as the breath of this mammoth. After Sarah finished speaking, Cao Crossing also fell into thought. It's about the same as Tab A, which means that there may be a level 20 leader level creature there. In addition, there are 3 or 4 elite hunters. This is a very powerful force. Cao Xing weighed the combat power of both sides in his mind and came to a conclusion. That is, they are almost evenly matched. However, if a fight really breaks out, although the opponent has the advantage of numbers, on his side, all creatures have their own ice healing and frost armor blessings and naturally have an infinite blood recovery state. Very good at this kind of one-on-many battle. Just as Cao Xing was thinking, Sarah added, next to the camp, I saw a staircase made of boulders. We can climb up from there. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. The staircase meant that they could let the mammoth climb up and follow them back to the camp. Cao Xing announced directly, what the hell are you waiting for? Everyone, let's impose sanctions on these crazy cultists. Assam drew out his sword and was the first to respond. I'm willing to charge for the Lord. Andrew also stretched out his claws. The power of nature will guide me forward. The group began to rush forward quickly. 2 minutes later, they saw from a distance that in the canyon ahead, there were small bases built with wood and stones. There were also several hunters with swords nearby doing patrol work. At this moment, several hunters were looking ahead and whispering to each other. Strange, why haven't Ramush and the others come back yet? Yes, they have been out for most of the day. In the past, they would only come back in half a day at most. Do you think that Ramush has been out for so long this time? Will he catch any big prey? As soon as these words came out, the other hunters also became a little excited. At this moment, they vaguely saw several figures appearing in front of them. It seems that someone is coming. Is it Ramush and the others? When these hunters looked closely, they immediately saw an armored knight riding a frost wolf and a druid on all fours. There were also 3 running robots running towards them. After the initial confusion, these hunters suddenly exclaimed, it's the enemy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Warnings came one after another. As a famous cult force on this continent, the hunters are basically hated by everyone, and any creature they see is their enemy. At the same time, the entire hunter camp was in chaos, and a large number of hunters rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. Chapter 50 to the Mighty Mammoth. The camp was in chaos, and a large number of hunters rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue were still sitting on the robot's bucket. A system prompt appeared in front of them. Special area found. Medium-sized hunter camp. This is a medium-sized gathering place for hunters. A black-robed priest of the Church of Light is stationed here. It is extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. The black-robed priest should be the leader-level strongman that Sarah mentioned. However, Cao Xing did not hesitate at all at this moment, and directly asked Assam and others to continue to rush forward. The hunters also rushed over, shouting as they moved forward, kill all these invaders. Dedicate them to the leader. The 2 sides approached. Assam and Andrew, as well as the other 2 robots, instantly fought with the hunters. Swish, swish. The cold light of the long sword in Assam's hand flashed, leaving several sword wounds on the hunters around him. -274, -295, -285. A row of damage numbers floated up. Roar. The frost wolf at his feet directly pounced on a hunter, and then began to bite it madly. Ah. Damn it. Get this guy off me. Ah. The hunter screamed, and then in the blink of an eye, there was no sound. Andrew was also extremely brave and almost completely gave up defense. He directly entered the giant bear form and swung his huge bear paw to slap. Bang, bang. Every hunter hit by his bear paw was seriously injured if not killed. -427, -463, -485. Less than 10 seconds after the battle began, at least 4 or 5 hunters were directly killed by Assam and Andrew. Cao Xing's ears kept ringing with reminders of experience gain. At the same time, various long-range attacks such as thrown spears and arrows all fell on Andrew and Assam. A long string of damage numbers floated up. -27, -56, -32, -47. They let the hunters' attacks fall on them, unmoved, because they believed that the Lord's ice healing could restore their health. And the hunters who attacked them would soon be hit by the fiercest counterattacks from Assam and Andrew. Roar. Kill. At the same time, The two drilling robots also transformed into attack forms, and the huge drills began to spin wildly, rushing all the way. Buzz buzz buzz. The hunters were knocked to the ground, their skin and flesh torn. -237, -231, -222, -234. The dense damage numbers floated up. Ah. What the hell is this? My leg. Ah. The hunters attacked by their drills all let out heart-wrenching screams. As for Sarah, she quietly moved to the hunters holding bows and arrows. She handed out the shadow blade silently. -734, -796, -1672. Horrible damage numbers floated up one after another, and these hunter archers fell silently. Less than a minute after the battle began, the hunters showed signs of collapse. At this time, 4 hunters wearing black cloaks and obviously stronger in momentum rushed out. They also saw Andrew and others who were killing crazily, and the defeated hunters. One of the hunters holding a chain hammer looked extremely ugly. He ordered, "Go, I will deal with the giant bear, you each choose an opponent, one each." The next moment, he instantly accelerated and rushed towards Andrew. Whoosh, whoosh, the huge chain hammer was whirring as he swung it. Then when he rushed in front of Andrew, he threw the chain hammer in his hand and shouted, "Die." Bang, a dull sound of flesh. Caught off guard, Andrew was hit directly by the hammer, and suffered a severe blow to his back. -388. Andrew's health dropped instantly. A smug look appeared in the eyes of the ranger. However, this completely aroused the killing intent in Andrew's heart. Roar. Andrew roared, and rushed towards him like a mad beast. At the same time, the other 3 rangers wearing cloaks also faced a Sam and 2 drilling robots respectively. These 4 rangers were very strong, and were evenly matched with Andrew and a Sam. Although the attack power of the other 2 robots was comparable to that of elite creatures of the same level, they were also unilaterally suppressed in a one-on-one battle. After Andrew and others were dragged down, the killing in the camp gradually stopped. Then, more and more rangers surrounded them. The situation seemed to be getting a little pessimistic. At the same time, Cao Xing, who was watching the battle 200 meters away, also saw the attributes of those rangers. Hunter Vanguard Warrior LV-15, level, Tier 2 Elite Creature HP. 3724/4537, Attack Power. 354377, Skills, Chain Hammer Smash, throws a chain hammer, causing 120% of the attack damage to the enemy, with a 50% chance of stunning the enemy. Maximum attack distance 15 meters. Parry, take a defensive stance, with a 50% chance of offsetting 80% of the damage received. Pendulum, swings the chain hammer, enters a high-speed rotation state, causing multiple attack damage to all enemies. Hunter Vanguard Swordsman LV-15, level, Tier 2 Elite Creature HP. 4131/4368, Attack Power. 343366, Skills, Upward Blow, Cross Slash, Eagle Strike. These 4 hunters are all level 15 elite creatures with very powerful attributes. Liu Muxue said with some concern, "Axing, should we go up to help?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, it's not time for us to show up yet." After all, Cao Xing still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Then, he looked behind him and said, "Dabe, go." Hearing Cao Xing's order, a terrifying roar came from behind a huge rock. Moo. The terrifying sound kept echoing in the canyon, and the faces of the group of hunters suddenly changed. What kind of animal is that? What a terrifying momentum. The next moment, a terrifying creature that was 5 meters tall and had 2 ferocious fangs came running from not far away. Boom. Boom boom boom. The ground shook wildly. Dabe in his prime was like a running beast. The hunters showed fear in their eyes. Mammoth. It's a mammoth. Damn, how could there be a mammoth here? It seems to be coming for us. Before the hunters could react, Dabe had already rushed to the battlefield. It seemed to know that these guys were the ones who had just surrounded it and almost killed it. Dabe rushed directly to the side of several hunters. With its head raised, its curved fangs flashed coldly. Puff, puff, -1247, -1341. The bodies of 2 hunters were directly pierced through, and they died. Then, it raised its front hooves and stepped down heavily. Boom. After a terrifying vibration, the other two hunters were also trampled into meat paste. The strength of the level 20 boss creature was revealed at this moment. At this moment, the 4 black cloaked hunters who were dealing with the Sam looked ugly. Send a few more people to trap this mammoth. We'll come over to help you after we resolve the battle here. However, before he finished speaking, a terrifying long howl sounded again. Moo. Dabe actually directly activated the Furious Charge skill. Thanks to the book friend, SUIUIE for 1 monthly ticket, and thanks to the book friend, Ing Nana Shang for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 201903151224108110 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Guok for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Rita. 1723612897607987200 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mayoihu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bayozao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Spesk for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Liu Xing Deluo for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20210301104122832222 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to bookfriend 201812280256289255 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yang Nanashang for 588 points of reward. Thanks to all book friends for their recommendation tickets. The author thanks you again, and will update more. Chapter 53, Black-Robed Priest, a boss level creature appears. Dabe activated the Furious Charge skill. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the mammoth was like a runaway train, running rampant throughout the camp. Tents and houses were knocked over by it. All the hunters along the way were directly knocked away. Puff puff puff. -742, -854, -763. In the Furious Charge state, Dabe's movement speed increased by 200%. This impact alone could kill ordinary hunters. At this moment, a black shadow quickly jumped out of the camp. His movements were very fast, even faster than Sarah. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Dabe. Then a cold light flashed. Swish. -673, -672. 2 damage numbers floated up, directly taking away Dabe's health of nearly 1,000. Dabe felt pain instantly, turned his head, and slapped it. However, this guy's movements were extremely flexible, and he dodged Dabe's attack with a flash. The two sides separated briefly. At this time, Cao Xing saw the guy's appearance clearly. He was a man wearing a black robe. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in shadows, and wearing a black mask. The 2 short knives in his hands emitted a cold light. The other party's attributes appeared in front of him. Hunter Black Robe Priest LV20, level, 2nd order boss level creature HP. 8764/8764, attack power. 843856, skills, double cut, causes 80% of the enemy's attack power into stages. Smoke bomb, throws a cloud of choking smoke to cover the enemy, causing the enemy to go blind for 13 seconds, and reduce 50 points of agility. Sneak attack, cleverly goes behind the enemy and causes 130% backstab damage. Knife throwing, sends 3 knives to attack the enemy in succession. Each knife causes 70% damage to the enemy, and adds 1 layer of bleeding effect. Cao Xing's eyes condensed. Finally he came out. This guy is what Sarah said, the most powerful aura in this camp. At the same time, the black-robed assassin rushed up again after a short pause. A black shadow flashed, and this time he appeared directly in Dabe's abdomen. Swish. After 2 slashes, Dabe's health dropped again. Dabe also raised his hoof frantically, launching violent attacks. Boom. Boom. The ground kept shaking. Gravel flew. -23, -27. Several weak splash damage appeared on the black-robed assassin's head. At this moment, although Dabe's attack power and vitality were stronger than his, Dabe was almost fooled by his opponent's agility. Moreover, he was attacked from time to time, and his health was constantly draining. -725, -733, -754. In less than 20 seconds of fighting, Dabe had lost nearly 3,000 health points. The black-robed assassin stopped where he was, and then made a provocative gesture of slicing Dabe's throat. This completely angered Dabe. Roar. Dabe fell into a violent mode, raising his front hoof and trampling wildly. Liu Muxue, who was standing aside, watched the battle on the field nervously. Crossing. Dabe seems unable to beat him. Cao Xing nodded. As a leader level creature, Dabe is indeed no match for the black-robed assassin. This is because Dabe's huge size provides it with powerful lethality, but its movements are clumsy. Cao Xing said, "Don't worry, this guy won't be arrogant for long. Dabe will have helpers in a while." At this time, the tracked robot also slid down the giant stone stairs and joined the battle. On Sarah's side, all the enemies had been solved quietly. Under Cao Xing's command, Sarah went straight to the hunter black-robed priest. A shadow blade passed by. The black-robed man suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his face changed wildly. At the critical moment, he turned around quickly and handed out the dagger. Ding. After a metal collision, both sides saw each other's faces clearly. The hunter black-robed priest looked at Sarah in surprise. "There are still masters?" Sarah did not speak, and the shadow blade chopped down again without hesitation. The black-robed assassin was not to be outdone, and he swung 2 daggers, leaving after images. Ding. 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 The 2 high-end assassins started a close-range fight in an instant. 2 seconds later, Sarah was quickly suppressed because of the gap in attributes. A triumphant smile appeared in the eyes of the black-robed assassin. "You are too young to deal with me." However, before the smile on his face disappeared, Dabe behind him had already seized the opportunity and took advantage of the moment when he was distracted to directly throw out an elephant trunk. Bang! The hunter black-robed assassin was instantly blown away. -1123, a large damage number floated up. The black-robed assassin fell to the ground, spitting blood. Ahem. "Mammoth, I'm going to kill you." Before he could speak, Dabe had already transformed into a violent beast and rushed towards him. The black-robed assassin was just about to stand up to fight. A shadow blade passed silently by his ear. The black-robed assassin's heart tightened, and he dodged in a hurry. However, he was still a step too slow. Swish. -684. A damage number floated up. The black-robed assassin touched the scar on his head and said angrily, "Damn it. You dare to besiege this priest. The Church of Light will not let you go." However, Sarah and Dabe ignored his threat and directly launched a siege. The advantage instantly tilted towards Cao Xing. As for Assam, with the addition of the crawler robot, Cao Xing also sent the bucket robot over. In the situation of 6 against 4, these hunter elites were suppressed from all sides. After a while, a hunter elite holding an axe was knocked unconscious by a shovel of the bucket robot. Then Assam stabbed his heart with a sword. Your territory member, Assam successfully killed the hunter pioneer LV-15 and gained 450 experience points. Assam's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. Combatants gain 225 experience points. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. And Assam also upgraded. Although it takes a lot of experience to upgrade from level 10 to level 11, Assam can be said to have outstanding performance after the battles in the past few days. It is not surprising that he has been upgraded to level 11. The remaining 3 elite hunters looked at the death of their companions in horror. Damn it, Mate is dead. At this moment, the situation has become 6 against 3. Roar. As Andrew roared, the hunter elite holding the chain hammer was held down by his throat on the spot. Then Andrew stabbed down with a claw without hesitation. Poof. The head of this elite hunter was directly pierced through. Your territory member, Andrew successfully killed the hunter vanguard LV-15 and gained 450 experience points. Frost Wolf, Winter's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. Combatants gain 225 experience points. At this moment, the situation has become 6 against 2. Cao Xing took a look and directly ordered, Assam, Andrew, go help Dabe. Leave the battle here to the robots. Chapter 54. First kill of the boss. Big explosion. Receiving Cao Xing's order, Assam and Andrew abandoned their opponents without hesitation and rushed to Dabe. At this moment, under the siege of Sarah and Dabe, the black-robed assassin's face became even more gloomy. He was struggling to deal with these 2 powerful creatures. Now 2 strong guys rushed over. If he continued like this, he would almost certainly lose. Damn, where did these masters come from? How did they find my camp? And what are those robots? The black-robed assassin was full of doubts. In addition to these, he also discovered something even more terrifying. These guys seemed to have infinite vitality. This dark elf woman and the mammoth were obviously attacked by him. As a result, not long after, those injuries were completely recovered and became lively again. The black-robed assassin thought to himself, this won't work. I can't outlast these guys. I have to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. He frowned and was about to run away. However, every time at this time, Sarah would come around again like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Both of them were assassins, and their combat awareness was extremely strong. Even Sarah Blade Dance, who was a dark elf, had a stronger combat awareness than him. If it weren't for the fact that the black-robed assassin had stronger attributes than Sarah, he would never be Sarah's opponent in a one-on-one situation. Who are you? The black-robed assassin asked in horror. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from above his head. A thick elephant hoof suddenly stepped down. The black-robed assassin suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He rolled on the ground and managed to avoid Dabe's heavy blow. Boom. However, before he could stand firm, Assam's long sword and Andrew's sharp claws suddenly slapped him. This time, he didn't dodge. Puff. -327, -247. The mark of the beast took effect. The black-robed assassin was slapped and rolled on the ground. His health had dropped below 3500. The shadow blade had rapidly enlarged in his pupils. In the critical moment, he could only roll back again. At this time, the phantom assassins Sarah, Andrew and Assam had all rushed up. At this moment, the hunter assassin had a premonition of death in his heart. Damn it. You damn guys, the leader will not let you go. Sarah, Assam and others completely ignored his threat. Puff. Puff. -1341. -345. -473. The three people attacked in a wave, knocking down more than 2000 HP of the hunter priest. Puff. The black-robed priest spit out blood again, ignoring his own pain, and quickly rolled away. He took a deep breath and looked at the mammoths and 4 robots running wildly beside him. It seemed that he also knew that, if he didn't leave, he would stay here forever today. His eyes swept over everyone, and his voice was low. I remember your appearance. After I leave, I will report this to the leader. You will be hunted down by our Church of Light throughout the snowstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, a round ball suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw it to the ground. Bang! A puff of smoke quickly rose up and enveloped everyone on the field. Cao Xing, who was far away, was immediately happy after hearing this. Yo, you dare to threaten me? At the same time, Assam and others also lost their target. After a while, a figure quickly jumped out of the mist. Cao Xing, who was watching the battle not far away, saw the figure and quickly warned, that guy has escaped, stop him. Sarah noticed it at the first time, and she quickly rushed out of the mist. At this moment, the black-robed assassin had already escaped more than 30 meters away. Sarah took out a dagger without hesitation, and threw it directly. Whoosh! Dagger of obstacles hit. The hunter priest groaned, and a large damage number appeared above his head. -943. However, he still ignored the attack from behind, and the negative status on his body, and limped forward. If a level 20 leader assassin wanted to escape, it would be difficult to stop him. Damn it, you can't let the duck in your mouth fly away. At this moment, a 1 meter long, pitch black metal object appeared in Cao Xing's hand. It was the Barrett. Now that his physique has improved, he can directly hold it on his shoulder to aim. At the same time, the hunter leader had already escaped more than 100 meters away. He was more than 200 meters away from Cao Xing. Cao Xing took a deep breath. His eyes looked at the crotches of the Barrett. When the target overlapped with the crotches, he fired without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot. -874. This shot triggered the armor breaking effect. A blood hole suddenly appeared on the back of the running hunter leader, and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around with difficulty, and took one last look at Cao Xing. His eyes seemed to be filled with disbelief. Then, he fell directly. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the hunter black robe priest, level 20 leader. Killed a monster above the level. Gained experience points 1200 asterisk 400%. Gained 4800 experience points. Your level has been upgraded. Current level. Level 7. This upgrade has gained strength +2, agility +1, spirit +5, constitution +3. A white light suddenly appeared on Cao Xing's body. Everyone stared blankly at the hunter leader's fallen body. They all thought that this time the hunter assassin would really escape. But at the critical moment, their lord suddenly used a magical move and solved the opponent from a distance of hundreds of meters. The lord's methods are really unfathomable. Looking at the admiring eyes of his subjects, Cao Xing showed a barely detectable smile. At this moment, the second system prompt made Cao Xing's eyes appear surprised. Kill the hunter priest and get the loot. Primary heart of power asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get a strong boss level soul. Purple asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get a silent thorn. Blue asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get a tavern construction blueprint asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get a skillful rune. Medium asterisk 1 right square bracket. The prompt is not over yet. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss level creature, you get the first kill reward. Frost Shield Skill Book. Purple asterisk 1 right square bracket. You destroyed a medium-sized hunter camp and got 200 reputation points. Fuck. 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 Cao Xing exclaimed. Big explosion. This is a real big explosion. Cao Xing was the first to check the purple soul in his backpack. Strong boss level soul. Purple. Contains extremely strong soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower below level 2 to make it evolve into a boss level creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 50%, 80%. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Thanks, book friend 202004082102445141 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend Yan9SESESE for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Z-Lion who a new for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Andy128 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhang Momo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Shan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Lying in Bed on Life for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to King Shan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to all the book friends for their follow-up and recommendation tickets. Bo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Frost Shield Skill Book. Oh my god. I can actually make elite creatures evolve into boss level creatures. Cao Xing was shocked, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. When an elite creature is promoted to a boss, not only will all attributes be improved, but a new skill can also be learned. It can be called a qualitative improvement. Although there is a probability of failure when this boss level soul is used to upgrade the level, the probability of success is obviously higher. Once successful, Cao Xing will have 2 boss level creatures in his hands. Cao Xing looked around. Sam, Andrew, and Sarah on the field all met the conditions for using this soul. At the same time, these territory members can see that this soul has magical power. It can allow them to complete the transformation and advance to a higher level. Everyone's eyes show desire. Even Sarah, who has always been aloof, couldn't help but look at Cao Xing. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing directly threw this soul to Sarah. Sarah caught it in a daze, looking at Cao Xing in disbelief. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Cao Xing nodded lightly. Obviously, among the 3 recruited creatures on the field, Sarah is the most suitable to use this soul. After becoming a leader, her already strong combat power will be greatly improved. Use it. I hope you can become the strongest assassin and recast the glory of the Shadow Temple. Sarah's breathing was a little rapid, and her chest, which had begun to take shape, rose and fell violently under her tights. After a moment, she nodded lightly, then turned her back and pretended not to care. However, Cao Xing saw a system prompt in front of him. Because of your generosity, you have touched the territory members. Sarah Blade Dance. The loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty. 91. Cao Xing smiled. Although Sarah acted indifferent, she had already felt a strong gratitude and recognition for Cao Xing in her heart. Because loyalty will not lie, 91 points of loyalty is almost reaching the state of sacrificing one's life. At that time, she is even willing to sacrifice her life for Cao Xing. At this moment, after Sarah received the soul, she slapped it directly into her body. A strong breath rose from her body. Cao Xing nodded. The transformation from elite to boss takes some time. Moreover, this spirit has a probability of failure, so Cao Xing is not sure whether Sarah can successfully evolve into a boss level creature. Shaking his head, he began to check the second purple item, which was the first kill reward given by the system. Frost Shield Skill Book, purple, Frost Mage Hidden Skill. It is said that it comes from a certain Great Lich skill effect. Apply a frost shield around yourself or friendly units, reducing the damage received by 20%. Every second, it will release frost breath to nearby enemy units, causing mental *1 freezing damage, and reduce their movement speed and attack speed by 20%. The shield effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. Can be turned off or on. Fuck. Cao Xing was shocked again. The strength of this frost shield exceeded his expectations. This is a powerful skill that combines damage reduction, damage, and control, and the effect is very powerful. If this skill was available at that time, Dabe alone could suppress the black-robed priest. After all, 20% damage reduction and deceleration are no joke. It's worthy of being a purple skill. It's really powerful. Cao Xing was overjoyed and clicked to learn without hesitation. Then he released a skill on himself. The skill, Frost Shield, was successfully cast, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. Cao Xing instantly felt that a circle of ice shield appeared around his body. This layer of ice shield seemed extremely hard, and it was still spewing out a terrible cold air every second. Cao Xing took a look, and found that the maximum attack range of this cold air was 1 meter from his own area. It doesn't look like the range is large, but there is no doubt that this is also a group attack damage. Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Very good. In this way, the survival and combat capabilities of his men will usher in a surge. At the same time, Sarah has also completed the transformation. The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has completed her transformation and has advanced to a boss level creature. All attributes have increased by 30%. She has learned a new skill, Arc Flash. Cao Xing's face lit up. Huh. It actually worked. It seems that my face is not so black after all. Then, he checked and saw that Sarah had obtained a new skill attribute, Arc Flash. At an extremely fast speed, it instantly rushes forward a certain distance and causes 110% cutting damage to enemies along the way. This skill is not bad. Not only does it have extremely strong mobility, but it also has good damage. At this time, Sarah was also very satisfied with her current state. Looking at Cao Xing, she put the shadow blade on her chest, bent down slightly and said, "At your service, Lord." Cao Xing nodded and took a look at her attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance, Race, Dark Elf, Level 20, 10,624/10,000, Second Order Boss Level Creature. Detailed attributes. Click to expand. Both health and attack power have been greatly improved. If Sarah now faces the black-robed assassin just now, in a one-on-one situation, Sarah will definitely crush him unilaterally. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he announced, "Search all the supplies in this camp, and we will prepare to return immediately." After hearing this, the recruited creatures on the field all took action. Then, Cao Xing took Liu Muxue and opened the gates of the hunters' camps. They began to search one room at a time. Everything inside was collected by Cao Xing. Obtained wood *62. Obtained stone *23. Obtained refined iron *7, obtained dry cheese *14. Obtained salt *13. Obtained coins *164. Obtained refined iron asterisk 6, obtained raw meat asterisk 7, obtained Everest wine asterisk 3, obtained vinegar asterisk 7, obtained coins asterisk 76 obtained. In each house, there are some supplies. In addition to those seasonings and food, Cao Crossing also found 2 new things. Refined iron, blue, finely forged metal with strong toughness. This thing is actually steel, which can be used to mass produce blue quality armor. Everest wine, after drinking, it can restore 200 health points, but there is a 30% chance of entering a drunken state. Produced from the Ruth winery, deeply loved by nobles and knights. Cao Crossing put away these 2 things again. It took about 10 minutes for Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue to finally search all the things in this camp. A lot of seasonings such as vinegar, sugar, and olive oil were collected. Looking at the bottles and cans in his backpack, Cao Crossing smiled and said, "It's a good harvest. We can eat food with seasonings in the future." Then, Cao Crossing brought Liu Muxue to the last room in the camp. Chapter 56. Search the camp and harvest resources. This is also where the leader level assassin rushed out. When he went in, he saw a stove burning in the cabin, and a small wooden table next to it. On the wooden table, there was a yellowed parchment map. It seemed that, because the incident happened suddenly, the black-robed priest rushed out without putting the map away. Cao Crossing went over and put it away. Get the map of the snowy plain asterisk 1 right square bracket. Click to expand and view. Cao Crossing clicked it. The map in front of him was spread out, and various patterns suddenly appeared on it. There are rivers, mountains, wild beasts, and towns. In the upper left corner of this map, Cao Crossing saw the sign of a large town with a name written on it. Dulan Lake City. Cao Crossing was stunned. Wow, it turns out that Dulan Lake City is there. Cao Crossing looked at the distance, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away from his current location. From the icons on the map, it can be roughly seen that Dulan Lake City should be a large town with a large population. Cao Crossing thought, the distance is too far. It seems that the letter delivery mission cannot be completed in a short time. I don't know if the residents of this town have received the news that the hunters will launch a massacre in the near future. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. In addition to these icons, Cao Crossing also saw on the map that there were sun symbols. These suns were large or small. One of them was a slightly larger sun, right where they were. And along the depth of this canyon, about 10 kilometers further, there was another larger sun. Cao Crossing suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Oh my, aren't all the marked locations of the hunters' camps here? This map marks all the hunters' nests in the entire snowstorm plain." Cao Crossing's breathing stagnated, and he immediately understood the importance of this map. From the previous battles, it can be seen that destroying these hunter camps can not only get rewards, but also reputation points. Mastering these locations is equivalent to mastering a lot of benefits. Cao Crossing said excitedly, "It just so happens that I have a blueprint of a tavern. After the tavern is built, if you want to attract some powerful followers, you need a high enough reputation. When the reputation is not enough in the future, I will find a few hunter camps to brush a wave, and the reputation will increase." Cao Crossing thought happily. At this time, Liu Muxue's words interrupted his thoughts. "Axing, there is a storage box here." Cao Crossing looked over and saw a yellowed wooden box in the corner. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come and take a look." Hunter's storage box, blue, openable. It's actually a blue grade storage box. This is a medium-sized camp, and the grade of the storage box is also higher. Similarly, there may be some good things in it. Cao Crossing rubbed his hands and looked forward to it. Then, he clicked to open it. Successfully opened the hunter's storage box. Obtained smoked fish meat asterisk 6 right square bracket. Obtained honey asterisk 3 bottles. Obtained milk asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained complete white bearskin asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained primary sentry tower construction blueprint asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained Redanian centaur liquor asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained skill book, blessing of courage. Obtained black diamond asterisk 1 right square bracket. So many things, and honey and milk. In this icy and snowy land with scarce supplies, the value of these two resources can be imagined. Especially honey, which is a delicacy that only nobles can enjoy. If the people in the leadership knew that Cao Xing brought back honey, they would definitely jump for joy. In addition, there is also a skill book and a blueprint. Cao Xing checked the properties of this skill book. Blessing of Courage, blue, concentrate the power of the aurora to increase the physical attack power and magic attack power of friendly creatures within a certain range by spirit asterisk 1.5. The effect lasts for 90 seconds and the cooldown time is 200 seconds. After reading the properties of this skill book, Cao Xing was shocked. Oh my god, isn't this one of the Aurora Knight's early auxiliary skills, the Blessing of Courage? Although Liu Muxue's current mental power is not high, the increased attack power is not as strong as imagined. However, as long as she levels up a few more levels and her mental power is improved, a blessing can make the attack power of all members soar. So, Cao Xing gave her this skill book directly. Muxue, learn it. Yes. Liu Muxue nodded lightly, and then directly clicked to learn. After a moment, Liu Muxue said with a happy smile, it's ready. Xing. Cao Xing nodded. At this time, a diamond with a black crystal luster appeared in his hand. This diamond is the size of a thumb, and it looks very transparent under the reflection of the fire. Black diamond, special material, inlaid on equipment, can increase charisma by 20 points, an extremely rare ore. Nobles regard it as a symbol of status. Any black diamond will cause a rush, and can be auctioned at a very high price. Seeing the above introduction, Cao Xing was stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Oh my god, a gem can increase charisma by 20 points, this is too outrageous. No wonder those nobles are eager to own a black diamond. This black diamond, whether Cao Xing uses it for himself, or takes it to the town for trading, can bring huge profits. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then put the black diamond back into his backpack. At this point, everything in the camp has been searched out by them, which can be said to be a great harvest. Let's go, prepare to go home. After saying that, they walked out of the camp again. Then, everyone climbed up along the pile of boulders on the edge of the cliff. Dung. Dung dung. After Dabe climbed up from the bottom of the cliff, Cao Xing's team members gathered again. He glanced at the time above his head. Due to nightfall. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Current temperature, -56. Cao Xing was determined. There is still more than an hour before dark, which is enough time for me to return to the camp. Then, he sat on the back of the crawler robot, and continued to move forward. The group, along with 4 machines and a mammoth, moved quickly in the vast ice field. After a while, snowflakes actually floated overhead. It's snowing. Xing. Liu Muxue stretched out her right hand and murmured, so beautiful. Cao Xing glanced around. Although the weather forecast said it would be a light snowfall, but in this kind of snowfield, a light snowfall is comparable to the heavy snowfall on Blue Star. Whoosh, the cold wind was howling, and the temperature began to drop sharply. The heavy snow was flying, and the scene in front of me became desolate, and it was even difficult to distinguish the east, south, west, and north. Fortunately, Cao Xing had the system's built-in small map function. Under his leadership, the team marched steadily in the wind and snow. After a while, they saw the location of their camp. From a distance, a large bonfire can be seen, burning fiercely. Snowflakes drifted near the bonfire, and were quickly melted by the heat of the flames. Compared to the white outside, Cao Xing's camp was like an independent world in the ice and snow. At this moment, the group of polar people were still working hard in the heavy snow. Liu Muxue said, Xing, our territory has become much larger, and it seems that there are many more buildings. Her expression was a little excited. After all, this is the territory of her and Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded, and he also saw the changes in the territory. Compared with when they went out, the current territory has increased by a lot. In other words, during this period of time, Dazhuang and his team have at least upgraded the campfire by 2 levels. In addition, there are many more small shelters in the territory. There are also blacksmith shop and canteen, which have been built. Let's go back to the camp. Cao Xing and his team gradually approached. The group of polar people saw a large group of figures walking in the snow from a distance, with strong vigilance and fear in their eyes. When they saw Cao Xing sitting on the tracked robot, their pupils suddenly widened. Oh my god. It's the Lord. Why are there so many creatures all of a sudden? Oh my god. There are also mammoths. How did the Lord tame such sacred creatures? These polar people were shocked to see Cao Xing go out and bring back so many powerful creatures. At the same time, all the people in the territory stopped their work and stood together respectfully waiting. Xiaoyani, who was wearing tight jeans and tall, was particularly outstanding among the group. She exuded a strong mature aura, like a ripe peach. Xiaoyani held Tongchuchu's little hand and looked at the big guys around Cao Xing nervously. Cao Xing jumped off the tracked robot and asked, Dazuang, nothing happened during the time I was away, right? Dazuang quickly stepped forward and reported, my lord, nothing special happened. Everyone is working hard. Except at noon, there were a few frost goblins who wanted to attack us, but they were shot dead by Ms. Irina with the help of the powerful elemental arrow tower. Cao Xing nodded after hearing this. Frost goblins are also a common monster in the wild. Although these wild creatures cannot enter the territory, they can attack the staff outside the territory. Fortunately, before Cao Xing left, he left Irina to guard the territory and build a primary elemental arrow tower. Cao Xing looked at the snakeman Irina and said, Irina, you did a good job. Irina twisted her body, spit out a scarlet tongue and said, I'm happy to serve you, my lord. Dazuan respectfully took out a few blue stones and said, my lord, these are things dropped by those goblins, and they contain the breath of magic. Cao Xing took them. Obtain ice crystal stone asterisk 4. Ice crystal stone, green, stones that explode from certain ice monsters, containing a strong breath of ice, can be used to build certain special buildings, or to create certain ice attribute equipment. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Huh, it's this kind of stone. Thanks to book friend 2021052809340097541 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend Wang June 448 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to pretend to be gentle for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets of the senior activity center. Thanks to ELUOEU for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to at this time King Iron BU for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Big Fat Penguin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zmeng for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20180425083951731 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 18 years old new kid for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20240428184651833 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 20200314180123019 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Squid Bubble for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from I Think You Are a Pig. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20200729183940975. 1 monthly ticket from Zujiu Jian. 2 monthly tickets from Yanchi is Lonely. 2 monthly tickets from Hanxi. 2 monthly tickets from Sufeng Bilo. 1 monthly ticket from Zhao Qiang. 2 monthly tickets from Yaoya Kangu. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 202103011065783933302 exclamation point. Thank you all for your recommendation and follow-up reading. Bo. Chapter 57 Level 7 Bonfire. Ice crystal stone is also a widely used material, which can be used in the early, middle, and late stages. Moreover, when the game develops to the middle stage, there is a key defense building, which requires a large amount of ice crystal stone. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then put it away, and looked at the countdown above his head. Due to dark. 0:50 minutes, current temperature, -61, the temperature is getting lower and lower. At this time, there is still some time, before it is completely dark. Cao Xing wants to use this time to build a shelter for the mammoth. There are also 4 robots, and they also need a place to hide from the wind and snow. In extremely low temperature weather, even machinery will not be able to withstand it. So, Cao Xing took out the medium shelter manufacturing drawing from his backpack and clicked on the study directly. Then he ordered, Da Zhuang, take 3 people and build 2 medium-sized shelters before dark. Our new members are all big guys and need enough space to move around. Da Zhuang nodded, yes, Lord. Then, Da Zhuang took the 3 polar people and went to work. Cao Xing still had 2 blueprints in his hand, namely, Tavern and Primary Watchtower. He checked the blueprint description. Tavern construction blueprint. You can build a tavern for drinking and entertainment in your territory. When the reputation value reaches a certain level, it will attract some special heroes to your territory. Armor value 30 points. Durability value 2500/2500. Surrounding area 230 square meters. Material required for construction: wood asterisk 150, stone asterisk 80, iron asterisk 30, copper asterisk 20, primary element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time 8 hours and 32 minutes. Staff: bartender 0/1, bartender 0/1. Tip: a good bartender can attract more guests. Cao Xing pondered. To run the tavern, you need 2 staff members, and the bartender has to find aboriginals with bartending skills to serve as the bartender. Currently, no one in Cao Xing's territory has this talent. However, Cao Xing had a map of the snowstorm plains with nearby towns marked on it. There must be many natives with bartending skills in these towns. Cao Xing continued to check the next blueprint. Primary sentry tower construction blueprint. You can build a sentry tower in the territory to patrol the security around the territory. Territories with long range attacks can attack from the sentry tower. Armor value 40 points. Durability 2500/2500. Floor area 20 square meters. Building height 18 meters. Guards 0 halves. Materials required for construction: 100 wood, 50 stones, 20 iron, 10 copper, 5 primary element crystals. Construction time 6 hours and 12 minutes. Cao Xing nodded secretly. This sentry tower is not bad. It has similar functions to the primary element arrow tower, but the difference is that one is manual attack and the other is automatic attack. I don't have long range troops yet, so I'm not in a hurry to build it. So Cao Xing called Wu Zhuang over again. Wu Zhuang, come here. Wu Zhuang said respectfully, my lord, please give me your orders. Cao Xing nodded. You and Liu Zhuang's mission is to upgrade all the small shelters in our territory into medium-sized shelters. It doesn't matter if we can't finish it today, we can continue tomorrow. Wu Zhuang immediately stood up and said respectfully, got it, my lord. Qi Zhuang and Bei Zhuang, tomorrow you will continue to build elemental arrow towers and strive to build 2 a day. Is there any problem? Now, Cao Xing has sufficient resources, but because an elemental arrow tower takes 6 hours to build, so 2 a day is also their limit. Qi Zhuang and Bei Zhuang accepted the order at the same time and said solemnly, no problem, my lord, I promise to complete the task. Then, Cao Xing took another look at the properties of the territory. Campfire. Big bonfire. Level 7. Bonfire effect. Can increase the temperature of an area within a radius of 300 meters by 1020 consumption. 10 minutes/5 wood or 20 minutes/2 coal. Materials required for the next level: 100 stones, 50 wood, 30 iron. Cao Xing pondered. It's level 7. After the campfire is upgraded to level 5, the heating range will increase by 100 meters each time it is upgraded. After it is upgraded to level 11, it will become a furnace, and the heating range will undergo a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Cao Xing called Cao Yi's group of humans over. Then he gave them all tasks, which were to upgrade the campfire and build 2 primary watchtowers, and the tavern, which was also put into construction. Cao Yi respectfully accepted the order. Yes, kind lord. Cao Xing called Dahar over again and handed her all kinds of salt, pepper powder, oil, vinegar and other seasonings. After thinking about it, he gave them all the ingredients he had obtained, including honey, dried cheese, etc. Dahua held the bottles and jars in her hands, with a look of shock on her face. This is the platinum sand that the nobles eat. Oh my god, come and see, the Lord has brought back platinum sand. Ahura and Sanhur also gathered around. The platinum sand they were discussing was salt. As commoners, Dahua and his friends usually had hard to swallow rye bread as their daily food, and even white bread was a luxury. As for salt, only the nobles wanted to use it. Liuha, with an innocent face, looked at the 3 jars of golden liquid next to her, and said in surprise, "Are these golden honey? This is something more precious than platinum sand. Oh my god, I actually saw the legendary golden honey." The people were very excited. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Go, use these seasonings to make everyone a delicious meal tonight." Dahua nodded respectfully, and brought these bottles and jars into the canteen, as if they were treasures. For a moment, everyone started to get busy. Then, only Xianyani and Tongchachu, as well as Irina on the side, were left on the field. Xianyani asked a little awkwardly, Master, is there anything you need us to do?" Cao Xing looked at the thin clothes they were wearing. Xianyani was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt at this time, with most of her arms exposed. Because of the drop in temperature, her skin was already red from the cold. She and Tongchachu were both trembling slightly. So, Cao Xing took out a complete bearskin from his backpack. "Is this bearskin enough for you to make 2 sets of clothes?" Xianyani shrank her body, her 2 fleshy legs tightly pressed together, and then nodded gently, Enough. Cao Xing nodded, "Then use this bearskin to make a set of clothes for yourself and Chachu. The temperature will drop tonight, don't freeze." Hearing this, Xianyani was stunned on the spot. I thought that Cao Xing wanted her to sew other things, such as quilts, windbreakers or something. However, he said that he wanted her to make a set of clothes for himself and her daughter. Chapter 58, Delicious Meal. Loyalty skyrocketed. After a moment, Xianyani raised her head, and mist gradually appeared in her eyes. Crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she looked at Cao Xing with an aggrieved expression. Cao Xing was stunned, and he looked at the woman in front of him blankly. Damn, did I say something wrong? Why did I suddenly cry? Xianyani wiped her tears. Since she came to this world, she has been living a life of fear, and being in a state of nervous tension all the time. The cold and hunger have been eroding her mental defenses. She didn't even have time to feel sad about the death of her relatives. She thought that she and her daughter would freeze to death in the snow. But she didn't expect to meet this man. Not only did he provide her with a warm home and delicious food, now he also gave her cold-proof clothes. Xianyani was already very moved. When she thought of her daughter still watching beside her, Xianyani suddenly felt ashamed. Her cheeks flushed, and she said embarrassedly, "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I lost my composure a little. Thank you for taking care of us mother and daughter." Xianyani bent down slightly, and bowed solemnly to Cao Xing. However, because the collar of the clothes was loose, coupled with Xianyani's exaggerated size, this action suddenly exposed a white patch. With just a slight glance, Cao Xing could see how exaggerated the figure of this woman was. This must be at least 30-60, right? Xianyani seemed to notice that her movements were a bit too big, and subconsciously covered her collar with her hands. Her pretty face also turned red, and she lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Cao Xing. Cao Xing turned his eyes away, and didn't care, but handed the bearskin in his hand to Xianyani. Xianyani took it very gently, and then looked at Cao Xing carefully. After thanking him again, he took Tongchachu's little hand, and entered the sewing shop. Tongchachu turned her head as she left, and gave Cao Xing a bright smile. Beside her, Liu Muxue whispered, "Xing, you are so good to your people." However, Cao Xing shook his head and smiled. "Give them high quality living conditions, so that they can feel a sense of belonging to the territory. Otherwise, if they are hungry and cold, who will work for you?" Liu Muxue nodded secretly, clenched her little pink fist, and seemed to have learned some little knowledge. Time passed quickly, and it was soon night. Just as the weather forecast said. Heavy snow had fallen in the sky. Except for the area where their own territory was located, the sky and the earth seemed to be covered in white. Fortunately, they finally built 2 medium shelters before dark. 4 robots and the huge mammoth all got in. Then, the people gathered in the cafeteria and began to enjoy today's food. This was also one of the few big meals they had eaten in their lives. Looking at the bread, cheese, milk, and meat carefully placed on the wooden table, these people, including the polar people, all had extremely eager looks in their eyes. They were drooling like crazy and even wanted to rush over immediately. At this time, Cao Xing, a citizen of the territory, began to use his basic speech skills. After a passionate speech, Cao Xing, a citizen of the territory, slowly said, "We must remember that all this is given to us by the Lord. Thank you for the gift from the Lord. I'm willing to shed my last drop of sweat for the development of the territory." The other people of the territory were infected and shouted together, "Thank you for the gift from the Lord." Then, they began to enjoy this rich food to their heart's content. Giloo, gurgle. A sound of wolfing down appeared. Everyone's face showed a satisfied look. Your territory member, Cao Xing, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 85. Your territory member, Liu Muxue, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 83. Your territory member, system prompts kept appearing. Cao Xing sat in the Lord's hut, and a happy smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yes, it seems that Cao Xing's speech was very effective. He and Liu Muxue did not go to the cafeteria to eat. As lords, they naturally have their own separate eating area. At this time, the two were sitting at a small wooden table. Looking at the golden bear meat on the table, they immediately felt their appetites. It was roasted bear meat brushed with honey, with good color, aroma, and taste. Cao Xing couldn't wait to take the first bite, and the delicious meat melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my god. This taste is really amazing. Muxue, you come and try it too." Liu Muxue, who was standing aside, also laughed and enjoyed it. The two quickly finished this delicious dinner. At the same time, as night fell, the survivors rushed back to their camps, and the chat channel became lively again. They either shared their day's experiences, or traded supplies in the market. After eating, Cao Xing moved a small stool, and sat next to the stove to keep warm, while clicking on the World channel. He wanted to see how the other survivors were progressing. A lot of news appeared. Liu Muxue, who in my family understands. I just found out that my territory is on a snowy mountain. There seems to be a moleman's cave under the snowy mountain. Every day, I can see a group of molemen going in and out, pulling many trucks. Bell, friends, meet again. Today I will report my survival progress to you. I found a glacier near the territory, dug an ice hole on it, and then made a simple fishing rod for ice fishing. You can learn from me how to make a fishing rod. The method is Mohandas. When I was out exploring, I met a group of wandering merchants. I wanted to exchange my rupees for a weapon, but I was driven away by the other party. Alas. Ishizaki Isai, Yoshi. I killed a seriously injured wild boar today, and got a wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. Now I have my first level 5 combat soldier, who will lead me to the top of the list. Jiang Zenshan. Just a reminder, don't go into a hole when you see it. In addition to wild beasts, there may be some different things in it. My 2 polar men have been trapped in it. After scanning the area, Cao Xing nodded. The progress of the survivors around the world is similar. They have gradually walked out of their territories and started to explore the world. Because everyone's territories are located in different places, the events they encounter are also different. Then, Cao Xing clicked on Regional Channel 174. Shancheng. Fuck. It's really snowing. I just brought a sheep back from outside today. I didn't remember to build a shelter. Will it freeze to death? Song Jinkei. Brother, give me 2 pieces of mutton tomorrow. Thank you. Jizanayu, who passed by my camp today. I saw human footprints. Zizaki, I have an extra medical box here. Does anyone have weapons or skill books used by polar warriors? Wang Gang, 2 pieces of iron for 20 stones. Is there anyone who wants to trade? As everyone explored outside, everyone had some supplies in their hands, and more survivors built markets. They all sought transactions and discussed survival strategies in the chat channel. Of course, not everyone can gain anything. Many people died in the exploration of the wild. It can be seen from the current number of online people. Number of people online in zone 174. 35,272 / 40,173. Compared to yesterday, hundreds of people died. This world is full of opportunities, but also very cruel. Some are happy, while others are sad. In addition to the above discussion, there are also some people complaining. Shan Qingpeng, alas, I finally managed to kill a stupid roe deer today, but I ran into a white tiger on the way, which chased me all the way. Not only did I not get anything, but I also broke a leg. Chenjing, +1, I didn't get anything today either. Zhang Yang, me too. In this world, it's really too difficult to get some supplies. The monsters in the snow are so powerful. Don't even think about rushing to the top of the list. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. Zhao Rinhei, that's right. I explored outside for so long today, and I barely reached level 2, which is halfway to level 3. I didn't dare to provoke those powerful monsters at all, so I could only kill some rabbits, snakes, etc. I really don't know how those monsters on the leaderboard are upgraded. As the topic was being discussed, it turned to the level rankings. Huangqi, speaking of which, Cao Xing is really awesome. He reached level 7 in one day. He must have killed a lot of monsters today. He's so strong. Su Rangfa, yeah, we have to be careful when dealing with a lone snow wolf. Cao Xing is already fighting a stronger monster. I think he is the first. Chen Xiaoxu, +1, I also think Cao Xing is the first. Zalbo, the fastest player, has just reached level 5. He is far behind. Zheng Yaoquan, brothers, don't you find that goddess Muzu is also amazing? She has already reached level 6. She will definitely be the second this time. The survivors nodded in agreement. Obviously, the most popular thing now is the level ranking list. The rewards above are enough to make everyone eager. At this time, a survivor named Fu Yu suddenly said sinisterly, "Heh. Isn't it too early for you to say that Cao Xing can take first place? He has just reached level 7, and it will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 10. Later on, it will be more and more difficult to level up, and the monsters will become stronger. Besides, if Cao Xing encounters an accident halfway, then all efforts will be in vain." This guy's tone was sinister, and he was obviously cursing Cao Xing. Someone in the chat channel couldn't stand it anymore. Jizanayu, is this all you people from the Three Heroes Club are capable of? You can't win the competition, so you run to the chat channel to curse others. Aren't you ashamed? Thanks to Bookfriend, Zaxon Leoty for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Last Night's Star Road for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Don't Look at the Future, Only Look at the Present for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yun Bingju for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Anthony Bigwood for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20220205183734259 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to SUIUIE for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20170226143945229 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Goddess Shao Siminga for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20,230,504,574,092 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Woomingai for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Where the Dream Begins for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 100 monthly ticket. Thanks to Reader 1776220582263861248 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to King Feng Mingai's Heo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to King Shen Mingai Hai for 1 monthly ticket. Hey, is this the same Bookfriend? Thanks to 54 Shafache Ocean for 500 points. Thank you. Thank you all for your recommendation tickets and follow-up reading. Thank you very much. Chapter 59 Skill Book. Summon Frost Spirits. Jizanayu, is this all you guys from the Three Heroes Society are capable of? You can't compete, so you run to the chat channel to curse others. Aren't you ashamed? Because the people from the Three Heroes Society are often active, everyone has almost remembered which survivors are members of the Three Heroes Society. Without waiting for you to speak, a survivor named Huanqi also echoed, "That's right, the people from the Three Heroes Society are very happy, but in the end, except for Fang Long, no one made it into the top 10. It's really funny. Jiang K-Wun, hahaha, you're right. I think it's not wrong for Cao Crossing to call them the Three Bad Society. They are all a bunch of rabble." The survivor named Fu Yu said in a gloomy tone, "You guys, are you looking for death? In 2 days, the novice protection period will end. Are you sure you want to go against us?" If they heard the threat of the Three Heroes Society before, they might be afraid. However, because Cao Crossing took the lead in attacking the prestige of the Three Heroes Society. In addition, after these few days of life, the survivors have also accepted the fact that they have come to the new world. The original order has collapsed. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, and they can also have powerful strength by developing territories. Therefore, they are not so afraid of the threat of the Three Heroes Association. Zizuki, what's the matter? You Three Heroes Association still want to deal with all of us in District 174. Zuo Qian, that's right, you are so powerful. Ren Yuanhu, you Three Heroes Association only have a few hundred people, don't think you are really invincible. Jeshu Wen, I advise you Three Heroes Association not to be too arrogant. Seeing these survivors, not only did they not fear the Maz before, but they attracted the attacks of everyone. Fu Yu's heart sank, and then a surge of anger emerged. Very good, you guys, wait for me. The survivor named Ji Zinayu said again, just wait. If you dare to come, I will summon Ascalan warriors to kill you all. Liu Wendang, my centaur archer is not a joke. Be careful of the holes on your body. Renhu, brother, your attack angle is very tricky. Other survivors also echoed. The Three Heroes Association became the target of public criticism for a while. Fu Yu wanted to speak, but his speech was quickly drowned out by a large number of survivors' messages. At this moment, Fang Long also noticed the situation in the chat channel and realized that the deterrent power of the Three Heroes Association was no longer as strong as before. His eyes gradually became cold. He also knew that all these signs were caused by Cao Crossing. Only by getting rid of Cao Crossing can the deterrent power of the Three Heroes Association be restored. So Fang Long opened the friend list and found the survivor named Ji Chun again. Have you counted all the brothers near that coordinate? Ji Chun immediately replied, yes, boss. In that area, about 30 kilometers away, there are more than a dozen of our brothers. Including their families, there are at least more than 30 people with combat effectiveness. With so many people, it will be no problem to deal with Cao Crossing. The tone of the other party sounded very confident. Fang Long nodded and added, this Cao Crossing must have some skills to be able to reach level 7. To be on the safe side, you continue to gather other brothers tomorrow and then take action when there are about 50 people. Also, now is the novice protection period. You can't enter other people's territories. You must observe first and wait until that Cao Crossing walks out of the territory and then attack as a whole. Try to kill him completely in one wave, understand? Ji Chun was stunned after hearing this and then replied, boss is thoughtful, I'll do it right away. At this moment, he seemed to think of something and asked again, boss, after we kill Cao Crossing, what should we do with Liu Muxue? After hearing this, Fang Long's mouth corners slightly raised. How to deal with her? Of course, bring her to me. This woman rejected me so many times in Xiangjiang City. Now that she comes to this world, I wonder how she can still reject me. Ji Chun nodded quickly and said, okay, boss. After hanging up the call, Fang Long sat in his lord's hut, looking at the outside world. After a moment, a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cao Crossing, I'll let you be arrogant for one last day. After tomorrow, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Three Heroes Association. At this time, Cao Crossing didn't know that Fang Long was already taking action and was preparing to go to that coordinate location to deal with him. If he knew, Cao Crossing would laugh to death on the spot. Because no matter how many people they go, when they get to that place, it's all death. At this moment, Cao Crossing was browsing the regional channel by himself. Just then, he suddenly received a private chat message from a survivor named Ding Liang. Ding Liang, hello, boss Cao Crossing, you have mechanics skill book in your hand. Do you need to exchange it for a skill book of another profession? Cao Crossing was stunned. He remembered that, before he set off, he also put a mechanics skill book on the market for sale. Yes, I need a skill book for a knight or a frost mage. Do you have one? Ding Liang quickly replied, yes, I have a skill book for a frost mage. Can you take a look at it? His tone was a little nervous. After all, Cao Crossing could be said to be a celebrity in Area 174. Cao Crossing nodded. Okay, send it to me. Ding Liang quickly posted the attributes of the skill book. Skill book, summon frost elves, green, skill effect, concentrate the power of ice and summon 2 frost elves that inherit 80% of the survivor's attributes to assist in the battle. The frost elves have the skills of frost shell and frost arrow. The summoning lasts for 180 seconds and the cooling time is 300 seconds. Seeing this skill, Cao Crossing's heart moved. This is actually a summoning spell skill. Combined with his magic spider cane, it is equivalent to being able to summon 7 creatures at once to assist in the battle. It is very powerful. Obviously, this skill book is as valuable as the mechanic skill book in Cao Crossing's hand. So, Cao Crossing directly replied, okay, let's trade now. After hearing this, the other party also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two sides quickly completed a wave of transactions. The transaction was successful. You gained the skill book, Summon Frost Spirit, and you lost the skill book, GZ Mark Robot. An ancient book appeared in Cao Crossing's backpack, and then he directly clicked to learn this skill book. Skill learning successful. Ding Liang sent a message again. Thank you, Mr. Cao Crossing. Cao Crossing replied, what are you thanking me for? We just get what we need. Hearing this, Ding Liang felt that Cao Crossing seemed to be easy to talk to. Chapter 60, Transaction, Ice Archer Training Camp. Ding Liang felt that Cao Crossing seemed easy to talk to, so he asked tentatively, by the way, brother Cao Crossing, I remember you still have some bear meat with added attributes, right? Cao Crossing, yes, but the quantity is not much. Currently, I only use it to trade some blueprints or skill books. Do you have any blueprints or skill books? Ding Liang replied, no at the moment, but I can go to the chat channel and speak up for brother Cao Crossing, haha. After that, he returned to the chat channel and said, brothers, I just completed a wave of transactions with brother Cao Crossing, and he still has blue grade bear meat. Any of you who have blueprints, skill books, or equipment, you can go to brother Cao Crossing to trade. There are not many. First come first served. After Ding Liang finished speaking, the other survivors seemed to remember this. Jin Yin, fuck. I've been exploring all day and almost forgot about this. I just happened to get a blueprint. Let's see if boss Cao Crossing can use it. Tao Ran, haha, I also got a piece of equipment today, but it's not for my own use. I wonder if boss Cao Crossing is willing to trade with me. Sun Mioneo, I also have a recipe. I'll try it too. They clicked on private chat and sent messages to Cao Crossing. For a while, Cao Crossing received a lot of private messages. Cao Crossing took a look. There are many interesting blueprints and skill books in it. For example, basement construction blueprint, lighthouse construction blueprint, trap blueprint, rabbit meat pie recipe, shield counter skill book, etc. But what Cao Crossing paid the most attention to was a blueprint called Ice Archer Barracks. Ice Archer Barracks blueprint. You can build a training camp in the territory to train ordinary non-professional residents into ice archers with combat capabilities. Armor. 50 durability. 3000/3000 area. 54 square meters. Oh, it's a special barracks blueprint. Cao Crossing's face lit up immediately. This Archer Barracks blueprint is very useful to him. He can train people like Cao Yi and Cao Er into archers, then let them stand on the sentry tower for defense, and can also be sent out to fight. Then, Cao Crossing took another look at the materials needed to build this barracks. Materials required for construction. 500 wood, 300 stone, 200 iron, 50 mithril, 50 ice crystals. 1 ice archer training manual. Not bad. Although the materials required are quite a lot, my reserves are enough. The only troublesome thing is the training manual. Cao Xing thought to himself, I remember that this kind of training manual needs to be killed in the wild to have a chance of being dropped. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing shook his head and said, who cares? Let's exchange all these blueprints first. Then, Cao Xing spent a total of 20 bear meat to exchange all these blueprints. He also used an additional 10 bear meat to exchange for the Ice Archer Barracks blueprint. Trading prompts kept appearing. Transaction successful. You get basement construction blueprint asterisk 1, you lose bear meat asterisk 5 right square bracket. Transaction successful. You get lighthouse construction blueprint asterisk 1, you lose bear meat asterisk 2 right square bracket. Transaction successful. You get shield counter skill book asterisk 1, you lose bear meat asterisk 5 right square bracket. Transaction successful. After a while, Cao Xing's backpack had 4 or 5 more blueprints, plus a skill book. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy. Obviously, he made a lot of money in this transaction. If these blueprints were traded normally, they would not be exchanged for food. Even in the midterm, these blueprints are still very useful. However, what Cao Xing has in his hand is food with added attributes, and there is no competitor at all. So he can exchange all these precious blueprints and skill books at a low price. Cao Xing began to check the attributes and construction requirements of these blueprints. Basement construction blueprint. A 5M*5M*3 3-meter basement can be excavated in the territory to store supplies or serve as a temporary shelter. Armor. 40 durability. 1500/1500 space. 75 cubic meters materials required for construction. Wood asterisk 20, stone asterisk 10, iron asterisk 10. My lord, perhaps we can change the direction of development and look at developing underground. Lighthouse construction drawings. You can build a lighthouse in the territory. Armor. 30 durability. 2500/2500 building height. 18 meters floor area. 25 square meters required materials. Wood asterisk 200, stone asterisk 100, iron asterisk 50, copper asterisk 20, magic stone asterisk 1. The lighthouse can provide lighting at night. Mature lords must learn to make use of the nighttime. Trap drawings. Green. Special props. You can use the blacksmith shop to create a trap to trap prey. Quality. Excellent attack power. 5761 effect, causes 120% damage to the target who steps on the trap, reduces its movement speed by 30%, and has a continuous bleeding effect required for crafting. Blacksmith shop level 1, iron asterisk 5, copper asterisk 1. Tips: small traps can only deal with some small creatures. You don't want to use it against dragons, do you? Seeing the introduction of the trap, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing to trick people. When the time comes, just make a bunch of them and put a few circles of traps around the territory to see who dares to invade my territory. Besides, the materials needed to make the trap are not much, and it can be made in batches. But the only thing to be careful about is that you can't let your own people step on it, otherwise it will be fun. Cao Xing smiled and then clicked to learn directly. The learning of the blueprint is successful, and the relevant information has been automatically recorded in the production interface. Now Cao Xing has a recipe and a skill book in his hand. Cao Xing continues to check. Rabbit pie recipe. Production required. Rabbit meat, flour, carrot. Effect. After eating, increase the upper limit of health by 200 points within 300 seconds, and slightly speed up the recovery of physical strength. Cao Xing thought, does this thing count as a buff effect? If it counts, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the upper limit of health by 200 points, greatly increasing the survivability. He decided to give it a try when he had a chance. Then he continued to check the next skill book. Skill book, shield counter, skill effect. At the moment of being attacked, swing the shield to deflect the enemy's attack and start to determine the strength attributes of both parties. If the strength is lower than the target of the attack, the damage received this time is reduced by 30%. If the strength is higher than the target, the damage is immune to this time. The cooldown time is 20 seconds. If the shield counter is used well, the princess can't escape. Not bad. This is also a survival skill. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Shield counter is one of the key skills of the Aurora Knight in the early stage, and it is also very powerful. If used well, it can greatly improve the survivability. Of course, this requires a lot of practice. Cao Xing first clicked to learn all the drawings and recipes. Then he was ready to give a shield counter skill book to Liu Muxue. At this time, Liu Muxue was wiping her body with warm water. Because she likes to be clean, Cao Xing used a few wooden boards to separate a small compartment as a temporary bathroom. Huolala. Listening to the gurgling sound of running water can arouse people's infinite reverie. After a while, a beautiful woman poked her head out and then walked out of the corner of the hut barefoot. After seeing Cao Xing, Liu Muxue lowered her head embarrassedly. After a while, she took the lead in getting into the bearskin quilt, revealing her little head, and said shyly, "Xing, it's time to rest." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, wait for me to take a shower first." However, Liu Muxue whispered, No need to take a shower, you don't stink." Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this, but he didn't act pretentiously. Then, Cao Xing took off his wolfskin coat and got into the bed wearing only a pair of underwear. Instantly, waves of warmth came over him. At this moment, a naked body with warmth came up to him. This body exuded a faint fragrance, like the only source of heat in the cold night, making people subconsciously embrace it. Cao Xing felt the warmth from the skin touching, and the smooth touch of Liu Muxue's body. The two of them got into the bed together. After a while, the cabin was filled with creaking sounds again. The temperature in the bed gradually increased. HMM. HMM. There were constant breathing sounds in the cabin. Crossing. Crossing. The rapid breathing sound turned into a long ethereal sigh after a period of lovemaking. An hour later, Liu Muxue lay delicately and weakly in Cao Xing's arms. Her slender legs hooked around the soles of Cao Xing's feet, stroking them gently. After a moment, Liu Muxue asked softly, Xing, have you become stronger?" Cao Xing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why do you say that?" "No, nothing. I just feel you are stronger than yesterday." When she spoke to the end, Liu Muxue's face turned red and her voice became smaller and smaller, like a whisper. Cao Xing smiled and gently stroked her smooth jade back. "Maybe it's because we leveled up a few more times today. Every time we level up, we will gain enhanced attributes, and these attributes can increase our physical fitness. When we level up dozens of levels in the future, maybe we can all have superhuman physiques." The beauty in his arms responded softly after hearing this. "Muxue, I'll be gentler next time." The beauty quickly raised her head and shook her head, saying, No need. I like you like this." After saying this, Liu Muxue's neck turned red with shame, and her body twisted unnaturally. At this moment, her thigh seemed to rub against something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her body stiffened. Cao Xing tilted his head and seemed to be aroused by some thoughts from the beauty in his arms. In the cabin, the sweetness of lover-making came again. An hour later, the beauty collapsed weakly. Her face was flushed with satisfaction, and she soon fell asleep. In her sleep, her arms also hugged Cao Xing tightly. The body temperature of the two people made the temperature in the bed rise continuously, and also isolated the cold and darkness of this doomsday world. Thanks to the book friends, Arfu's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zuju's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Midnight Horror's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Love Song's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 201710021334274416. Quote S. 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Enheng Zionson's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and follow-up reading. Bo. Chapter 61. Oh no, this woman is not interested in me, is she? Late at night, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue fell asleep in each other's arms. Outside, the cold wind was howling, and the snow was flying. The bonfire in the center of the territory was burning, providing heat for the entire territory. Cao Crossing subjects also returned to their own small shelters and began a day's rest. However, there was still a building with lights on in the territory, which was the sewing shop. The stove in the sewing shop was burning, making a crackling sound. Xiaoyani sat in front of the workbench, processing the bearskin, while Tong Chachu squatted aside, curiously watching her mother's actions. Chachu, wait a little longer. Tomorrow we can wear warm bearskin coats. Tong Chachu held her cheeks with both hands and nodded. Okay, mom. Chachu is not in a hurry. Mom, brother Cao Crossing is so good. He gave us food, a place to live, and now clothes to wear. Xiaoyani tilted her head and glanced at Tong Chachu, her eyes full of doting. Yes, little Chachu, we are lucky to meet Lord Cao Crossing. I saw in the chat channel that a winter coat is being snatched up like crazy. So, we have to do good things for brother Cao Crossing, understand? Tong Chachu nodded heavily. Xiaoyani returned her attention to the work in front of her. At this time, she seemed to remember what happened during the day. Her pretty face blushed, and she lowered her head quickly. The next day, a system prompt appeared. Survivors, congratulations on having survived the 4th night of the frozen era. The remaining time of the novice protection period. 1 day 22 hours. Weather forecast. The wind and snow have stopped, and it is suitable to go out today. Cao Crossing woke up first, and then saw the beauty next to him at a glance. Liu Muxue was still asleep, with her slender and warm legs pressed against Cao Crossing. The warm body twisted gently, and it seemed to be sleeping soundly. Cao Crossing gently rubbed her hair and said, Muxue, it's dawn. Hearing this, Liu Muxue gradually woke up. She was hazy. Crossing, is it dawn so soon? Yeah. Liu Muxue said softly, I slept too well last night, and I don't want to get up. Cao Crossing smiled. Let's get up first. We still have to arrange work for the people, and we have to go out to explore the snow today. Hearing this, Liu Muxue nodded slightly. The two of them put on their clothes, washed up briefly, and then pushed open the Lord's hut. At first glance, Cao Crossing looked at the vast expanse of white outside the territory. A night of heavy snow made the sky and the earth become silver, and many things were covered under the thick snow. At this moment, the people were already waiting at the door of the hut. After seeing Cao Crossing and the others, they greeted them respectfully. Powerful Lord, may you be healthy. Beautiful Lady Lord, may you stay young forever. Liu Muxue blushed when she heard the people call her Lady Lord, but she still said softly. Cao Crossing smiled and called out, Dazuang. Dazuang, who looked honest, walked over and said, Lord, please give me your orders. Cao Crossing nodded and said, I have a batch of rails and minecarts. You lay them and connect them to the coal mine to speed up our mining progress. Dazuang was stunned and asked, Lord, this place is 300 or 400 meters away from the coal mine. Do we have so many rails? Cao Crossing smiled, of course. Dazuang was immediately excited and said happily, that's great. If we have rails and minecarts, our mining efficiency can be increased by more than 10 times. It only takes 2 days to mine all the coal mines. Cao Crossing nodded, very good, then you can take people to do it. The rails and minecarts are in the storage box. Yes, Lord. After Dazuang finished speaking, he took his short legs to lead people to lay rails. Then, Cao Crossing looked at the people of the territory, Cao Yi and others. Cao Yi, who looked a little mature, came over and said, respected Lord. Cao Crossing nodded and said, in addition to the rails, there is also a batch of ore in the storage box, which needs to be refined into metal. This batch of ore is handed over to you, and you arrange people to handle it. In addition to a large amount of iron ore, Cao Crossing also had some copper, ore and mithril ore. Of course, in order to refine high-grade materials such as mithril, the ore processing plant needs to be upgraded to level 3. So now, we can only process iron ore and sort coal. After hearing this, Cao Yi, a citizen of the territory, said respectfully, the Lord's order is our mission. Guarantee to complete the task. After that, Cao Yi also started to work. Cao Crossing continued, then the rest of you, just do it according to the tasks I issued to you yesterday. Let us build a more prosperous territory together. All the citizens of the territory immediately said respectfully, I'm willing to do my best for the Lord. Then, the group of people gradually dispersed. At this moment, Irina twisted her body, walked over and said, "Lord, Irina has something to report to you." Cao Xing nodded and said, "What is it?" Irina stared at the snow in the distance. "Yesterday, several frost goblins came to attack our territory. After being shot by the arrow tower, I followed their footprints to search for a while. 2 kilometers away from the territory, I found a mine cave, which seemed to be occupied by many frost goblins." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. "The cave of the frost goblins? How strong are they?" Irina replied, "They are all creatures of level 1 or 2, a little stronger than me." Cao Xing nodded. Irina has leveled up 2 levels while lying at home during this period, and her current level has also risen to level 7. But she said, that group of goblins is stronger than her, that is, goblins at least level 8 or 9. However, for Cao Xing, these goblins can't pose any threat at all. At this time, Cao Xing took out a red crystal from his backpack and threw it directly to Irina. Irina took it with both hands and looked at Cao Xing in confusion. "This is, I promised you, the primary heart of power. When you reach level 10, you can use it to advance to a second level creature." Irina's shoulders trembled after hearing this. Cao Xing did say this, but Irina didn't expect that he actually took it to heart. The narrow snake eyes stared at the man, and there seemed to be a trace of fluctuations that did not belong to cold-blooded animals in his eyes. "Thank you, dear lord. Irina of the snake tribe is willing to give everything for you." A system prompt appeared. "Territory member, Irina has been moved by your behavior, and her loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 95. Cao Xing was stunned. Irina's loyalty was 85 before, but he didn't expect it to increase so much at once. At the same time, Cao Xing felt a fiery gaze behind him. He turned around and saw Irina spitting out scarlet tongue, looking at him with a charming smile in her eyes. Cao Xing suddenly remembered the mechanism of this game. The higher the loyalty, the more trust the people under his command have in the Lord. When it reaches the maximum value, they will be like a Sam, considering the Lord's orders more important than their own lives. And some special creatures will even turn this loyalty into some special emotions. "Oh no, Irina won't fall in love with me, right?" Cao Xing was shocked. Fortunately, Irina only looked at him for a while and then turned her eyes away. Cao Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He calmed down for a while and then looked at the other members of the territory. "Assam, Andrew, Sarah, come with me." 3 powerful second level creatures came to Cao Xing one after another. Assam beat his chest with one hand and said respectfully, "Awaiting your orders at any time, respected lord." Cao Xing nodded. However, before leaving, Cao Xing still had one thing to do. He first gave the shield counter skill book to Liu Muxue. Then he began to condense the skill, Frost Magic Shield. Prepare to add it to every recruited creature, including the 4 robots and the huge mammoth. Cao Xing raised his staff, and a cold air suddenly appeared, and then fell on Assam. The system prompt appeared. Skill Frost Magic Shield was successfully cast, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. At the same time, Assam felt that a thick ice shield suddenly appeared around him. This layer of shield is like a transparent ice crystal, surrounding the whole body. Not only that, the shield will also erupt with an astonishing cold air every second. Crack. Visible frost breath bursts out. Everyone near Assam can feel the freezing feeling. Fortunately, the shield can be turned off or on at any time. Assam was surprised and said, "Lord, this shield can greatly improve my combat ability. Thank you for your blessing." Cao Xing also laughed, very satisfied with the performance of Frost Shield. "Very good." Cao Xing looked at Irina next to him. "Bless our new partners with your 2 skills. And Muxue, your blessing of courage can also be blessed on us all." Irina and Liu Muxue nodded together. Then, Irina raised her spear, and red energy hit the mammoth and 4 robots. Liu Muxue stood in the middle of the crowd, holding a shield in one hand, and holding a long sword in the other. The sacred aurora gathered on her long sword again. Liu Muxue whispered, "Courage is a kind of power, the power of the mind and soul. This power does not exist in the value of war horses and weapons, but is the embodiment of wisdom and bravery. May the light of courage bless you." Buzz. The sacred aurora enveloped everyone on the field. A system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ears. You are affected by the friendly unit, Liu Muxue's Blessing of Courage, magic attack power plus 18, talent activated. This effect has become permanent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Attack the Goblin Lair. Cao Xing was delighted. An 18-point attack power increase was very good. Then, he continued to release Frost Shield for other members of the territory. Since this skill has a 120-second cooldown, Cao Xing deliberately spent nearly half an hour to bless everyone. In an instant, everyone was covered with a layer of ice crystal shield, and from time to time, a shocking cold air gushed out. Sarah and Andrew were looking at their bodies in surprise. They could feel that their survival ability had been greatly enhanced. Everything was ready. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Then Irina, take us to the mine cave." Irina's beautiful human head nodded slightly, and then respectfully said, "Okay, respected lord." After that, she twisted her slender waist, and moved towards the thick snow. Under Cao Xing's order, Sam, Andrew, including Sarah and the 4 robots all went out. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, even Dabe was brought out by Cao Xing. A group of figures marched towards the snow. Creak. Creak. The tracked robot began to turn. The tracks rolled over the nearly 50-centimeter thick snow. 2 deep ruts were left. Liu Muxue whispered, "What a thick snow." Sitting on the tracked robot, Cao Xing nodded. Indeed, if a person was thrown in, he would be buried directly. And this is just a light snowfall. If there is a heavy snowfall or a blizzard, I really don't know how severe it will be. Liu Muxue nodded in agreement. In addition, Cao Xing also knew that after the game passed the early stage, there would be more terrifying natural phenomena, such as avalanches, earthquakes, heavy snowfall that lasted for nearly half a month, extreme cold currents, and even low temperatures below -80. The severity of the weather in this world is far beyond everyone's imagination. Now, everything is just an appetizer. Irina is still leading the way. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A deep cave appeared in front of him. It was not noticeable because of the snow. Cao Xing looked at it carefully. In front of him, the system prompt of this mine appeared. Medium-sized copper mine, special resource point, number of remaining exploitable resources, copper ore asterisk 7862, iron ore asterisk 3215, stone asterisk 10893. Point. Current status, unoccupiable. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. This is actually a copper mine. The importance of copper is self-evident. He needs this metal to build many things now. With this mine under his control, he won't have to worry about copper resources in a short time. Cao Xing was delighted and began to move closer to observe the entrance of the mine. The entrance of the mine was not big and could only accommodate one adult. Cao Xing thought to himself, in other words, in this case, those big guys can't enter the mine. The 4 robots, including Dabe and Frostwolf, and Andrew, had to stay outside. Cao Xing didn't care much. After all, according to what Irina said, the strength of the frost goblins inside is not that strong. With Sarah, who has become a leader, all the goblins inside can be wiped out. So Cao Xing was very calm and ordered, Sam, Sarah, let's go in. Andrew, Irina, you are responsible for guarding the surroundings outside. Other creatures, wait where you are. Andrew and Irina nodded respectfully, standing in the snow, guarding the 4 robots and Dabe. At the same time, Sam turned over and got off the wolf's back. Then he drew out his long sword with a swish sound and entered the mine first. As for Sarah, she also hid in the darkness at the first time. Muxue, let's go in too. After Cao Xing finished speaking, he stepped into the mine first. Liu Muxue followed closely. After entering the mine, the eyes went dark and the system prompt appeared. You have entered the resource point, medium-sized copper mine. Current temperature, -30 to Cao Xing saw the temperature display above his head and said happily, "It's quite warm in here. No wonder those goblins chose this place as their nest." At this moment, Assam had already walked in front of Cao Xing. He wanted to help his lord eliminate all possible dangers. "Lord, please be careful under your feet. There is a spike trap set by the goblins here," Assam reminded in front. Cao Xing lowered his head and took a look. He did see a wooden board covered with spikes under his feet. As long as he stepped on it, his feet would be pierced, and it would also trigger the mechanisms on both sides of the cave. Spike trap, first order, quality, ordinary durability. 100 hundredths, attack power. 2325, effect, causes 100% damage to the target that steps on the trap, reduces its movement speed by 20%, and comes with 3 layers of bleeding effect. Obviously, this is the same type of prop as Beast Trap. Cao Xing decided to remove these traps when he came out. If he removed them now, it might alert the frost goblins in the cave. Cao Xing took out a torch from his backpack and threw it to Assam. "Assam, take it." Assam took it and held it high above his head. The blue light instantly dispelled the darkness and illuminated the interior of the mine. The cave walls here were bronze, and there were indeed rich copper and iron resources. Then, Assam took Cao Xing and Liu Muxue and continued to go deeper into the mine. Not long after they moved forward, the space inside gradually became spacious, and it seemed that they had entered the mine. At this moment, Cao Xing saw a group of creatures with blue skin, big noses and pointed ears appearing in front of them. They were holding spears or short knives in their hands, and they all leaned on the haystack rest. In front of Cao Xing, the attributes of these goblins appeared. Frost Goblin picture, level 8, race, Goblin HP. 620, attack power. 5457. Frost Goblin Shooter, level 10, race, Goblin HP. 720, attack power. 6769. Frost Goblin Archer, level 12, race, Goblin, level, 2nd tier elite creature HP. 3240, attack power. 263274, skills, Frost Arrow, fires an arrow with an icy aura, dealing 120% of the attack power as damage, and slowing down the enemy. Multi-shot, fires 3 arrows in a row, each dealing 80% of the attack power as damage. Talent, Goblin Bloodline, can breed with the opposite sex of any race. Seeing the talent introduction above, Cao Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. Should I say it's really worthy of being a goblin? At this moment, a frost goblin holding a spear seemed to sense Assam's breath and woke up from his sleep. Then it saw the frost wolf knight holding a long sword at a glance. The frost goblin immediately exclaimed, "There are humans. Brothers, grab your weapons." Thanks to the book friends, Fireworks Fuchs in for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Want a Beautiful Girl to get married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zach Sinai Leoti for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Dream of Red Mansion's Journey to the West for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Will Allen for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Love Thunder and Fire Sword for 1 monthly ticket. Thank you all for your recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Bo. Chapter 63, Chopping Melons and Vegetables, the Powerful Phantom Assassin. There are humans. Brothers, grab your weapons. Hearing the cry of the frost goblin, more than a dozen frost goblins in the entire mine looked over. It's really humans, but there are only 3 of them. Kill them. At this moment, one of the goblin pitchers seemed to see Liu Muxue next to Cao Xing. It said excitedly, "There are women. Such beautiful human women." The other goblins also looked in the direction it pointed. Suddenly, their eyes turned red, and their eyes were filled with lust. Wow. This woman is so beautiful. Kill the men, and drag the women into the cave to give birth. Liu Muxue's pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed the shield. Cao Xing glared and ordered directly, "Assam, Sarah, kill them." Sarah, in the shadows, also heard the obscene tone of these goblins, and the killing intent boiled in her heart. These dirty creatures, the Shadow Temple will impose sanctions on them. After the words fell, Sarah and Assam rushed over in an instant. The goblins also instantly entered combat mode. Swish, swish. Several arrows shot towards them. However, Sarah and Assam had already activated the frost shield. The arrows hit them, and a series of crisp collisions were heard. Ding, ding ding ding. After being weakened by the frost shield, scale armor, ice shield, and their own equipment, the arrows fell to the ground limply. A few pitiful damage numbers appeared above Sarah and Assam's heads. -8, -7, -9. Compared to their health points of several thousand, this amount of damage was completely insignificant. The goblins were dumbfounded. Damn it, these humans have such high armor. Boss, our attacks don't seem to work on them. Before the goblins could react, Sarah rushed over like a ghost. Swish. A flash of light passed by. Sarah instantly advanced more than 10 meters. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on the bodies of several goblins along the way. The next moment, these bloodstains turned into horrible wounds. Puff, puff puff puff. Blood flowers flew. -904, -857, -1874. One by one, the horrible damage numbers soared. In an instant, all 4 frost goblins were killed. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the frost goblin level 9 and gained 90 experience points. Combatants gain experience points. 45 points. Tips for gaining experience kept appearing. The other goblins were terrified and shouted, "It's the dark elf. Come together and catch her." The goblins were about to rush over to besiege Sarah. At this moment, a strong chill suddenly erupted from Sarah. Crack. The cold air turned into a ball of white mist and spread instantly. The 4 goblins nearby suddenly felt their blood run cold and their bodies became extremely stiff. It was the effect of the frost magic shield. Then, Sarah's shadow blade silently slashed across their necks. Swish, swish. 2 goblins were killed instantly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Frost Goblin LV8 and gained 80 experience points. Combatants gain experience points. 40 points. Your territory member, from the beginning of the battle to now, less than 10 seconds have passed, and Sarah has killed 6 goblins like a ghost. So strong. Is this the leader level assassin? Cao Xing was surprised. He didn't even raise his staff during the battle. This place has completely become Sarah's personal show. Not only Cao Xing, but also Assam on the side, had no chance to show off. Assam stood there awkwardly, then raised his long sword, and rushed over to fight against the elite goblin. As both are elite creatures, Assam is 1 level lower than this goblin. But because of Cao Xing's active permanent buff, at present Assam's true combat power is completely regarded as that of a boss level creature. Swish. The silver sword slashed across. A blood mark suddenly appeared on the blue skin of the elite goblin. -327. Ouch. The elite goblin screamed in pain, rolled over, and quickly distanced itself. It pulled the bowstring, and then an arrow containing an icy breath shot out instantly. Ding. -102. The damage barely exceeded 100. The elite goblin's damage is still very high, but compared to Assam's defense, it is still far behind. And immediately, a +25 recovery number appeared above Assam's head. Human, what kind of magic shield is this? The elite goblin was furious. Assam didn't want to communicate at all, and rushed over again. Swish, swish. The silver light kept flashing, and the elite goblin could only passively defend again and again, with no chance to counterattack. With Assam alone, it was enough to unilaterally suppress elite monsters of the same level. At this moment, Sarah also killed the other small goblins in the cave. She quickly set her sights on the elite goblin that was fighting Assam. The next moment, Sarah's figure disappeared from the spot. The elite goblin that was fighting Assam had a bad feeling the moment it saw Sarah disappear. Before it could react, Sarah's shadow blade appeared silently. Swish. -784. This knife directly cut into the aorta of the frost goblin. Its health dropped sharply in an instant. For an elite monster like this, Sarah only needed 5 knives to kill it directly. Under the siege of Cao Xing's 2 generals, the next battle was no longer suspenseful. Only 5 seconds had passed. The health of this frost goblin had already reached the bottom. Current HP 156 over 3240. At this time, Cao Xing shouted directly, "Assam, Sarah, stop." The two recruited creatures had cooperated with Cao Xing so many times. When Cao Xing opened his mouth, they already understood what he meant. They all stopped attacking. The elite goblin was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, 3 ice cones more than 40 centimeters long shot out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh. The ice cones all hit. -63, -65, -66. 3 damage appeared, and also took away its last bit of health. Ouch. The elite goblin wailed, and fell down directly. Successfully killed the frost goblin, a level 12 elite creature, killed a monster above the level, and gained experience points of 200 asterisk 300%, and gained experience points of 600 points. Obtained loot, ice crystal stone asterisk 7 obtained Ascalon archer recruitment scroll, blue, asterisk 1 obtained faded elite soul asterisk 1 obtained book of agility medium asterisk 1 obtained ice crystal stone longbow, green, asterisk 1. 600 experience points, still pretty good. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. In addition, this elite creature also dropped a lot of things. He did not check them immediately, but took Liu Muxue to clean up the battlefield. Cao Xing began to explore the goblins killed by Sarah. Then he collected all the materials, stones, etc. Chapter 64 Black Lion Company. Obtained ice crystals asterisk 16. Obtained chaos book week asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtained frozen meat asterisk 72. Obtained rusty iron spear asterisk 3 right square bracket. 4 chaos books, 16 ice crystals. Not bad. After clearing out the loot on the ground, the monsters here were almost completely cleared. The system prompt appeared. Found an ownerless medium-sized copper mine. Do you want to occupy it? As before, Cao Xing directly clicked yes. Occupied successfully. Obtained medium-sized copper mine asterisk 1, obtained bronze treasure chest asterisk 1 point. Hearing the latter prompt, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Huh. Another treasure chest. Cao Xing stepped over the corpses of the goblins and began to search in the mine. Soon, he found an ancient bronze treasure chest in the corner. Looking closer, the system prompt appeared again. Found an unlocked bronze treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtain primary element arrow tower blueprint asterisk 1 obtain refined iron asterisk 6 obtain small resource pack asterisk 1 obtain nice archer training manual asterisk 1 there would not be anything too powerful in the bronze treasure chest, and Cao Xing had no expectations. When he saw the last prompt, his eyes lit up. A training manual is out. Woohoo. Can't we build a training barracks directly? Cao Xing's face showed joy. Okay. Next, we just need to recruit some more people, and we can train them in batches into combat troops. However, now is not the time. Because Cao Xing's people are not many, and they still need to work. After breaking down the bronze treasure chest that had been opened on the ground into 6 pieces of copper, Cao Xing said, let's go, we can go out. Then, he took Sarah and Sam, and walked out of the mine. Along the way, he also dismantled several spike traps. Soon, Cao Xing got out of the mine. After seeing Cao Xing coming out, Andrew, who was waiting outside the mine, said respectfully, "May the god of nature bless you." Cao Xing nodded and returned to the territory with his men. Creak. Creak. The tracked robot continued to crush the thick snow. After a while, they returned to the territory. At this time, a railway track had been laid. One end of the railway track was connected to the ore processing plant, and the other end was connected to the coal mine a few hundred meters away. 2 mine cars were working back and forth on it, and they were loaded with a large amount of coal. It already had the initial prototype of industrialized mining. Cao Xing sat on the robot and shouted directly, "Cao Yi." At this time, Cao Yi, who was working in the ore processing plant, came out immediately after hearing the shout. "Lord." Cao Xing nodded, and then said, "We just found a copper mine, 2 kilometers away from the territory. I need you to lead people, to lay a railroad track, and then start mining." After hearing this, the chieftain Cao thought, "Lord, for a 2-kilometer journey, the length of our railroad track seems to be insufficient." Cao Xing glanced at his storage box. Railroad track asterisk 972. Although more than 1,000 railroad tracks were obtained from the mole man's mine last time. But because a batch of them were consumed to connect the coal mine, the remaining railroad tracks can no longer connect the copper mine 2 kilometers away. Cao Xing waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I have a railroad track production drawing here. Send someone to the blacksmith shop to make a batch of railroad tracks and then connect them." Hearing this, the chieftain Cao's face was immediately delighted, and then he said respectfully, "Okay, Lord, I'll do it right away." After that, he went to arrange the work. The territory has entered a hot state of development again. Seeing the busy people, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Of course, the people who were doing the work were Cao Yi and Dazuang. As combatants, Sarah and Andrew would not participate in these. However, after the loyalty reached 100, Cao Xing could also force them to give orders. Cao Xing thought to himself, "We have to find something for these guys to do." And just at this moment, Cao Xing suddenly saw a group of people appearing in the white snow in front of him. There was still a distance, but it could be seen that there were a lot of people. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly fixed. Alert. Swish. Swish. In an instant, all the recruited creatures in the territory drew their weapons and were ready for battle. It was difficult for ordinary people to walk in this snow, and it was indeed a bit abnormal for such a large number of people to suddenly appear. At this time, Sarah had entered stealth mode. Including all the people working outside, they ran back to the territory as soon as possible. Only in the territory are they absolutely safe, and this has been proven in the past few days. Liu Muxue was ready for battle and stood nervously beside Cao Xing. Ziyani, who was standing beside him, also took Tong Chuchu and hid in the shelter. This was the first time they encountered other humans approaching the territory, and the group of figures seemed to be walking towards them. However, when they got closer, Cao Xing found that it seemed to be a caravan. A group of people were guarding 5 carriages with great momentum. Cao Xing saw that there was a black lion pattern printed on those carriages. Assam said at this time, "Lord, it seems to be the convoy of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce." Black Lion Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Assam nodded and said, "The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 strongest chambers of commerce in the Western continent, with members all over the continent. It is said that this Chamber of Commerce does all kinds of business, and its business scope covers the Western continent and the Northern continent." Hearing Assam's explanation, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a group of businessmen, so there was no need to be so nervous. At the same time, the group of caravan members had also arrived next to Cao Xing's territory. Just like the name, everything in this Chamber of Commerce is black. Black horses, black vehicles, and the armor on the guards are all black. But among them, Cao Xing saw 2 tall creatures that looked nothing like humans. Cat heads. Assam was still introducing Cao Xing. "My lord, those 2 creatures with cat heads and long tails are from the Chair tribe. This is a race born to fight, and they often take on some mercenary tasks." Cao Xing nodded. He also saw that among these guards, especially the 2 Chair mercenaries, gave him a strong sense of threat. Cao Xing glanced at their attributes. Black Lion Guard, Rubber LV25, Race, Chair, Level, Elite Level 3, Attack Power. 1654 1723 Armor. 31 23 23, Skills, Rock Crushing, Headbutt, Regroup, Talent, Survival of the Fittest, able to quickly adapt to extremely cruel environments. Black Lion Guard, Ezra LV26, Race, Chair, Level, Elite Level 3, Attack Power. 1712 1755 Armor. 25 12 61, Skills, Heavy Attack, Strength Flag, Discipline Flag. Talent, Survival of the Fittest. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. 2 elite level 3 creatures, plus a group of guards at least level 2 or above. No wonder this caravan dared to do business in the dangerous snowstorm plains. The more dangerous the environment, the higher the profit. As long as they can pass through the harsh environment and reach some towns, they can sell the materials in their hands at a price several times or even dozens of times higher than the cost. At this time, a short merchant who looked like a barrel got off a carriage. He came to Cao Crossing's territory, looked at the territory that appeared in the snow, and exclaimed, "The bonfire that will never go out, as long as there is fuel in the territory that suddenly appeared. Could it be that you are the chosen lord, chosen by the will of the world, and summoned from another world?" He looked at Cao Crossing excitedly, and subconsciously wanted to come over and shake hands. But when he came to the edge of the territory, he was blocked outside by an invisible wall of air. The merchant's eyes showed a shocked look. "There is a force preventing me from entering. This is really the chosen territory. Oh my god." Then, he looked at Cao Crossing, and performed a standard etiquette. "This chosen lord, Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton greets you." Cao Crossing didn't know why the other party reacted so strongly. If he knew that there were billions of chosen lords in this world, wouldn't he be shocked to death? Cao Crossing nodded slightly. "Lord Cao Crossing, hello, Mr. Hilton." Merchant Hilton heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the response. The reaction of Cao Crossing and others just now made him nervous. He saluted again. Cao Crossing also expressed his friendliness and asked everyone to put down their weapons. Then, Cao Crossing checked Hilton's attributes. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton LV6, race, human health. 480 over 480, attack power. 3741, skills, negotiation skills, bargaining, danger perception, money instinct, observation, talent, linguistics proficiency. Wow, a lot of life skills. No wonder this guy can lead such a caravan to walk in the snow. This is a talent. Cao Crossing took the lead and said, "Mr. Hilton, you came to my territory, what's the matter?" Hilton was not surprised by Cao Crossing's question. He explained, "Lord Cao Crossing, sorry to bother you. We, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, travel all over the continent and also trade with some lords and nobles. After seeing your territory, I wanted to come and take a look. Do you need to trade materials with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce?" "Trade? Yes, if you have any precious items or some items that are difficult to determine the price, you can sell them to us. I will buy them at a reasonable price. Similarly, you can also take a look at the goods of our caravan to see if there are any items that make you excited." Cao Crossing was stunned. This was actually his first time to encounter a chamber of commerce, a role similar to that of a wandering merchant. So he asked, "What goods do you have?" Merchant Hilton smiled mysteriously. Then, a system prompt appeared. "Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton is disclosing his goods list to you. Do you accept it? Thanks to the book friends. BOPOUK for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 202105301843077934 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Emo's Unling for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Play at Home for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 201904151310255734 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation votes and follow-up reading. The author would like to thank them. Chapter 65. The Shock of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton will disclose his goods list to you. Do you accept it? Yes. The next moment, a large number of items appeared in front of Cao Crossing. After seeing the names of those items, Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. Secret Vitality Elixir, blue, price 30,000 crowns. Polar Ice Crystal Flower, purple, price 50,000 crowns. Ancient Weapon Piece Defender, purple, price 400,000 crowns. 12.7mm bullet, price 200 crowns per piece. Rock Crushing Sword, purple, price 310,000 crowns. Paladin Shield, gold, price 900,000 crowns. There are a lot of things. Although you can't see the attributes, you can tell from the name that it must be extraordinary. Among them, Cao Crossing even saw a piece of golden equipment. In this world, both materials and equipment are divided into grades. White is ordinary, green is excellent, blue is excellent, purple is rare, and gold is a treasure. And golden props often have irreplaceable functions and preciousness. You know, at this stage, most of the survivors are still fighting with white weapons. Having 1 or 2 green equipment is considered a master. And now, there is a golden equipment in front of him. You can imagine how precious it is. However, the price of this golden equipment is also very outrageous, directly reaching 900,000 crowns. Cao Xing couldn't help but want to rob this caravan. Damn, there are too many good things. Seeing Cao Xing's eyes shining, the merchant Hilton smiled and said, Lord Cao Xing, what do you think? Is there anything that makes you excited? Cao Xing turned his head and glanced at him. Yes, but I can't afford it. His entire net worth is only more than 10,000 crowns, and this was obtained by knocking over 2 hunter camps. Not to mention Cao Xing, even among the survivors of the entire Blue Star, there are not many people who can have more than 10,000 crowns. Hearing Cao Xing's frank admission, the businessman Hilton chuckled and said, it's okay. Lord Cao Xing can take a look. If you have any special things and can't decide the price, you can let me take a look. If it's suitable, we will buy it. Cao Xing remembered that he did have some things that could be sold. So Cao Xing took out the viscous liquid first. He asked tentatively, will you take this? Hilton took it. Oh, this is a lubricating material. After processing, it can be made into a good motor oil. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This mucus that burst out from the mole man was made into motor oil. It really became a hell joke. Hilton asked, Lord Cao Xing, do you have a lot of black liquid on your hand? Cao Xing did not answer, but asked back, Sir Hilton, what price are you going to offer? Hilton's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After a moment, he said, how about 50 crowns for one ball of liquid? Cao Xing listened and nodded secretly. This price should be considered very fair. After all, viscous liquid is just a white material, so it is not bad to be able to sell it at this price. Cao Xing has more than 300 balls of viscous liquid in his hand. Selling them all will also be a considerable income. Okay, Mr. Hilton, let's trade at this price. Hilton smiled happily and quickly exchanged materials with 2 accounts. Transaction successful. You lost viscous liquid asterisk 346. You gained coins asterisk 17,300. Then, Cao Xing looked at the number of coins he had. Coins asterisk 31,063. More than 30,000 yuan is already a huge sum of money. According to Hilton's selling price, it is enough to buy a piece of blue quality equipment. And at this moment, Cao Xing remembered that he had something to sell. It was found in the hunter camp. A black diamond. The system evaluated that this black diamond has a very high value, but Cao Xing was not sure about the specific price. So he took it out tentatively. At this moment, the black diamond in Cao Xing's hand reflected beautiful colorful aurora. Before Cao Xing could speak, the moment he saw this diamond, the businessman Hilton's pupils widened and he exclaimed, This is a black diamond. You may not find a black diamond in 10 crystal mines. Oh my god. What did I see? At this moment, not only Hilton, but also the guards next to him, were shocked to see the black diamond in Cao Xing's hand. Because they knew clearly how precious this thing was. Even some guards had greedy eyes. Sam noticed their gazes and instantly drew his sword to guard Cao Xing. Andrew also entered the combat state. Swish, swish. Cao Xing's reaction also made the group of guards draw their weapons. The two sides instantly entered a state of swords drawn. Hilton also realized something. He quickly turned around and shouted at the guards behind him. What are you doing? Who allowed you to point your weapons at this honorable Lord Cao Xing? Put down your weapons. Put them down. Hilton's face was red and his neck was thick, looking extremely angry. The guards obeyed the order and gradually put down their weapons. Hilton said with an angry face, everyone, apologize to this lord, immediately. Seeing Hilton's big reaction, Cao Xing was also a little surprised. But soon, he understood the reason. If anyone ruins this business for me, I will report to the Frost Eater mercenary group and let you all pack up and leave. Hearing this, the faces of the group of mercenaries suddenly changed, including the two strong Charles. They all put down their weapons. They knelt on one knee on the snow and said respectfully, I'm very sorry, Lord Chosen. It is really the first time we have seen such a big black diamond. We are too shocked and scared everyone. We express our deep remorse. Please forgive our recklessness, Lord Chosen. Seeing the sincere apology of the group of mercenaries, Cao Xing waved his hand. It's okay, put down your weapons. Assam and others obeyed the order and put away their swords. And Sarah, who had already touched the back of the caravan, gradually showed her figure. Seeing this, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Cao Xing would stop doing business with him because of the actions of these guards. He knew better than anyone that this black diamond contained amazing value. At this moment, Hilton asked tentatively, "This respected chosen lord, I wonder if you are willing to sell this black diamond in your hand to our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce?" Cao Xing held the black diamond in his hand, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. From their reactions, it can be seen that the price of this black diamond must be very high. In fact, it is definitely more than a piece of purple equipment. As for whether it can be comparable to gold equipment, it is hard to say. So, Cao Xing asked, "Mr. Hilton, what price are you prepared to offer?" Chapter 66, Sky High Price of Black Diamonds, Purchase of Gold Equipment. Hilton fell into thought when he heard this. According to the instinct of a businessman, he would definitely use his exquisite words to lower the value of the black diamond. Then he would bargain hard and buy it at a very low price to get the maximum profit. However, because Cao Xing was the chosen lord and he took out a precious thing like black diamond for his first transaction, this made Hilton feel that Cao Xing was a lord with great potential. If he could leave a good impression on him, there might be a chance to cooperate again in the future. Between short-term and long-term interests, he chose the latter. So, Hilton said, "The market price of ordinary black diamonds is between 200,000 and 400,000 kroner. Black diamonds with excellent quality can be sold for 500,000 kroner." After hearing this, Cao Xing's mouth was already happy. 500,000 kroner. This is a real huge sum of money, and it is indeed more than the price of a purple equipment. However, Hilton's next words surprised him even more. "And the black diamond in your hand is even more top grade." Hilton thought for a moment and said a price. 950,000 crowns. "What do you think?" When he quoted the price, Cao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Because this price was far beyond his expectations. Even more than the price of the golden shield. Although Cao Xing didn't understand the prices in this world. But it was obviously a reasonable price. Because it was already higher than the price of the golden shield. Cao Xing sighed. Unexpectedly, the black diamond he looted in the hunter camp could actually be exchanged for a golden equipment. This made Cao Xing secretly decide that, if he had the chance in the future, he would have to clear out a few more hunter camps, just in case there were any good things. So, Cao Xing said, "How about this? I want that golden shield, plus 100,000 crowns, exactly 1 million. Hearing that, Cao Xing raised the price by another 50,000. Hilton thought for a moment, then nodded. "Deal." Both of them showed joy on their faces. After speaking, Hilton gestured to the mercenaries behind. 2 mercenaries, each holding a large black box, walked over. Then, they opened the boxes in front of Cao Xing. In one box, there was a golden hexagonal shield over 1 meter high. There were also intricate patterns engraved on it, which was beautiful and heavy. The appearance of this shield was so gorgeous that it was even comparable to some works of art. In another large box, there were full of crown coins. Hilton praised, "Lord Cao Xing, you have a good eye. I collected this shield from an ancient tribe. It has a history of at least thousands of years. The craftsmanship on it even amazed the dwarf forging master, Tadak. Master Tadak said that this forging method may have been lost. So, this may be the last such shield in the entire continent, and it has a very high collection value." Cao Xing nodded. He could see that this shield was precious. Even the group of natives looked at the box with desire. Of course, as for the out-of-print mentioned by Hilton, Cao Xing didn't care. After all, these merchants always like to exaggerate their products and increase their added value. Then, they exchange the materials. Transaction successful, you get Paladin shield, gold, coins right square bracket asterisk 100,000, and you lose black diamond right square bracket asterisk 1. When the transaction was completed, both parties showed joy on their faces. Cao Xing was also excited when he looked at the golden shield in his backpack. After all, this was the first golden equipment he had obtained. At this time, Hilton looked at Cao Xing with eager eyes again and said, "Respected chosen lord, I wonder if you have any special items?" He seemed to be unsatisfied. After all, although the purchase price of this black diamond was very high, he still had a way to make huge profits. Cao Xing shook his head, "Not for now, Lord Hilton." Hilton also looked a little regretful, but he quickly recovered and said, "It's okay, Lord Cao Xing. I will come to the snowstorm field often in the future. If you have anything special, please try to trade with me." Cao Xing also smiled and nodded. Okay, Lord Hilton. Happy cooperation." After that, Cao Xing took the initiative to step out of the territory and shook hands with Hilton to show his sincerity. And Hilton also stretched out his chubby hand. Happy cooperation. At this time, Hilton glanced at the territory behind Cao Xing. His eyes stayed on the Lord's Hut and Primary Element Arrow Tower for a moment. He nodded secretly. Then, his eyes fixed on the tavern that was already half built. Hilton's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Lord Cao Xing, I see that your territory has taken shape, and even a tavern is almost built. I wonder if you are willing to establish trade relations with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce?" Trade relations? Yes. Hilton nodded and said, "Later, when we Black Lion merchants travel in the snowy plains, we will come to your territory and use it as a trading point. Of course, we will also pay a certain fee. At the same time, if you become our partner, you will enjoy a 9.5% discount when you purchase items from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce in the future." Hilton finished speaking in one breath, and Cao Xing understood what he meant. This is because he has taken a fancy to the development prospects of his territory and plans to come here frequently to trade in the future. The system prompt appears. Your territory's prosperity has reached the requirements. Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce applies to establish trade relations with your territory. Do you accept it? Cao Xing thought to himself. Obviously, this condition is not bad for him. And because of the influence of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, more people will come to his territory in the future, and the probability of recruiting some powerful heroes will become higher. Cao Xing replied, "Sir Hilton, I'm very happy to establish a cooperative relationship with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce." Hilton smiled happily after hearing this. Trade has been successfully established. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce's favorability has increased, and the current favorability is friendly. The two sides shook hands happily again. At this time, Cao Xing added, "Sir Hilton, my territory is still under construction, and it will take some time to improve the facilities." Hilton waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Lord Cao Xing, we are not in a hurry." At this time, the two eyes on Hilton's fat face turned, as if he thought of something. "Lord Cao Xing, the construction of the territory requires more manpower. I wonder if you need to recruit a group of new people." Cao Xing frowned slightly after hearing this. "Sir Hilton, what do you mean?" Hilton smiled mysteriously. Then, he asked someone to unveil the black curtains on the last two carriages. Cao Xing immediately saw a group of humanoid creatures with white skin, clothes made of white leaves, and even white hair, curled up in the carriage. "What is this?" Cao Xing asked in confusion. Hilton explained, "This is the Tree Spirit Clan. They are the guardians of the Pale Sacred Tree, but because of the awakening of the ancient dragon Zetan, their homeland was destroyed. A large number of Tree Spirit clans are homeless. They fled all the way from the northern continent to our western continent. The president of our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce couldn't bear to see these former guardians displaced, so he asked us merchants to bring the Tree Spirit Clan with us when we do business and see if we can find a kind lord to take them in." At this point, Hilton added, "Lord Cao Xing, please rest assured that the Tree Spirit Clan has lived in the northern continent all year round. They are hardworking and will not be lazy when working." After listening to Hilton's introduction, Cao Xing understood. These Tree Spirit clans were not captured by them, but because they were homeless, they took the initiative to join the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Now, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is looking for a place for these fugitives to settle down. From this point of view, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is not like those traditional merchants who are not good at business. At least they still have a little conscience. Of course, these tree spirits must have brought them a lot of benefits. Cao Xing couldn't help thinking, it seems that this world is not peaceful. There are all kinds of cultists, evil gods, and now even ancient dragons have appeared. From a distance, Cao Xing saw the attributes of these tree spirits. Tree spirit, Valley Real V6 HP. 360 over 360 attack. 2731, skill, none, talent, Pale Tree Guardian, recover 0.1% HP per second within the range of the Pale Tree. Tree Spirit, Voino LV4 HP. 280 over 280 attack. 2325, skill, none, talent, Pale Tree Guardian, Pale Seed, Novel V5, level, First Order Elite HP. 420 over 420, skill, Forest Eye, can share vision with a nearby plant, talent, Pale Tree Guardian. Cao Xing's eyes lit up when he saw Nev's attributes. She was actually an elite, and she also had a special skill. Cao Xing's eyes were locked on a petite tree spirit in the carriage. She also stared at Cao Xing with curiosity. With eyes like ice crystals and snow white skin, she looks like a crystal doll. However, the moment she looked into Cao Xing's eyes, Eve lowered her head. It is estimated that Eve herself has not discovered her own specialness. After all, the elite level only has 30% more attributes than ordinary creatures. At a lower level, this advantage is not so obvious. The attributes of other tree spirits are not bad either, and they can be used as labor units. They can also be trained into frost archers after the training barracks are built. At this moment, Cao Xing was really moved. Thanks to the book friend, Yuan Xin Chumeng for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 201706081122420644 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the Peeper in the Dark for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Reader 1794599311040126976 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Bo. Chapter 67 a special notice. Woohoo, it was originally scheduled to be published on the 8th, but because it is almost the Dragon Boat Festival, the editor has to go on holiday, so it will be published tonight at midnight. There will be 14,000 words updated on the day of publication, and 10,000 words will be updated every day. After the monthly votes or awards reach a certain number, there will be additional updates. Thank you for the support of book friends. The little author is online for subscriptions. Bo. Chapter 68 Lord's Heart Upgrade. At this moment, Cao Xing was really tempted. He wanted to take all these tree spirits. However, there were 14 tree spirits here, and the population of Cao Xing's territory was almost at the upper limit. Current population 41 over 50, but this is not a big problem. My Lord's Heart will be upgraded to level 2 soon. By then, the population can be doubled. Cao Xing looked at the territory behind him. Under the construction of the 4 people, the Lord's Heart has gradually changed from a 1-story cabin to a 2-story stone house with ventilation windows on it. Cao Xing took a look. Level 1 Lord's Heart, construction progress 87%. It's almost done. It will take only half an hour to complete the construction. So Cao Xing asked, I can take these tree spirits. Hearing this, not only the businessman Hilton, but also the tree spirits showed joy on their faces. Sir Hilton, what price are you going to offer for these tree spirits? Hilton thought for a moment. The tree spirits are a powerful race, and they have good fighting talents. There are a total of 14 tree spirits here. According to the market price, it is about 5,000 crowns per person. 14 tree spirits is 70,000 crowns, and if you give me a discount, it will be 65,000 crowns. Lord Cao Xing, what do you think? Cao Xing was complaining in his heart, it's really expensive. You know, even if you go to the city, to buy those ordinary human slaves, it's only about 1 or 2,000 crowns. This price has tripled or quadrupled. Sure enough, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is willing to accept the tree spirits, but still makes a huge profit from them. However, considering the special nature of the tree spirits, Cao Xing nodded. Okay, in addition, I need 112.7mm bullets and a bottle of Vitality Secret Medicine. Cao Crossing's bullets are almost used up. Just take this opportunity to replenish them. After hearing this, Hilton's smile widened. He squinted his eyes and said, the bullets and secret medicine add up to 50,000 crowns. 45,000 crowns after discount. Total, you only need to pay me 110,000 crowns. Cao Crossing nodded, then took out 110,000 crowns, feeling speechless. This is fucking. He just made more than 100,000 from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and traded it out in the blink of an eye. It's really where to make money and spend it, and I want to take it home as soon as I part. The two sides completed another wave of transactions. Hilton's eyes almost squinted with laughter. He found that this Cao Crossing was his lucky star. Not only did he get precious black diamonds from him, but he also sold a batch of tree spirits and earned a lot of crown coins. The more he looked at Cao Crossing, the more he liked him. At the same time, those tree spirits were also brought over by the guards. Hilton looked at the pale-skinned tree spirits and said, from today on, you belong to Lord Cao Crossing. He is an important partner of our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. You must obey Lord Cao Crossing's orders and never disobey. After hearing this, the tree spirits all knelt down and said gratefully, thank you, Lord. Cao Crossing nodded. At this time, Hilton saw that the transaction was over, so he said tactfully, Lord Cao Crossing, the transaction is completed. I will not disturb you for now. Cao Crossing replied, okay, Mr. Hilton, I wish you a safe journey. Hilton made a prayer gesture to Cao Crossing, Father of the gods bless you. After saying that, Hilton led the caravan back and disappeared into the vast snow. Only the 14 tree spirits on the field were left, still kneeling on the ground. As the guardians of the pale tree, they are naturally very cold resistant. Even if they are only wearing clothes made of leaves, they can survive for a long time in extremely low temperatures. Cao Crossing did not immediately issue a recruitment invitation to them, but said, get up, follow me into the territory first. Although it is the novice protection period, the Lord has the authority to open the territory to other NPCs. The tree spirits stood up obediently and then stepped into Cao Crossing's territory carefully. Nif, who has elite potential, stood in the crowd and seemed very inconspicuous. Dazuang and Cao Yi were all curiously looking at this group of new people. Cao Crossing said directly, Cao Yi, speed up the upgrade of the Lord's hut. The Lord Cao Yi immediately responded, yes, Lord. Dazuang, upgrade more shelters, so that our new members have a place to live. Glad to serve you, my master. Dahua, go prepare food for our new members. Dahua also received the order and began to lead people into the canteen to prepare the second meal of the day. The group of tree spirits saw this man issuing orders one by one with trepidation. Then, they stood by the campfire and waited silently. Half an hour later, Cao Crossing heard a system prompt. Your Lord's HUD has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 2, population limit plus 50, reputation plus 200, current population 4100s, blacksmith shop, or processing plant, sewing shop, canteen, etc. Territory buildings can be upgraded to level 2. Seeing this 2-story stone house completely formed, Cao Crossing's face showed joy. Very good, it has finally been upgraded to level 2. However, this time the system did not give any rewards. After thinking about it, it is normal. After all, with such a large base of humans in the world, it is normal for someone to build a level 2 Lord's HUD before him. Cao Crossing turned around, looked at the tree spirits waiting on the side, and then asked, well, I now invite you to join my territory. Are you willing? The group of tree spirits immediately knelt down. I'm willing to serve you, respected Lord. A lot of system prompts appeared. Recruitment successful. Tree Spirit, Ubal LV5, Tree Spirit, Anita LV6, Tree Spirit, Nav LV5, joined your territory. Cao Crossing nodded, very good. Then he looked at the loyalty of these people. All of them were between 60 and 70, not too high. As for the elite tree spirit among them, when Cao Crossing looked over, Nav subconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. Cao Crossing did not care. A first level elite was not that important to him. As long as she was obedient and willing to work, it would be fine. So, Cao Xing said. Then, you can go to the cafeteria now and eat some food to replenish your energy. Hearing this, the group of tree spirits looked at Cao Xing nervously, but did not move. Cao Xing was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" At this time, a tall, mature-looking female tree spirit stood up and said, "Dear Lord, we tree spirits are used to living in the wild. If you give us some dry bread, we can eat it outside, to avoid dirtying your floor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 69 New DLC, Dragon Resurrection. Hearing this, Cao Xing understood something immediately. The tree spirits have been protecting the pale tree since they were born. That forest is their territory and their home. Since their home was destroyed, they have assumed that they are homeless. Now that they have come to someone else's territory, they subconsciously think that they are outsiders. This is their deep-rooted thought. Cao Xing shook his head. "In my territory, there are not so many rules. Since you have become my subjects, I will naturally treat you equally. Now, in the name of the Lord, I invite you to enter the cafeteria." Cao Xing's words were not to be refused. The tree spirits looked at each other again, and the tree spirit woman said, "Thank you, kind Lord." Then, they went into the cafeteria together. When the tree spirits saw the various delicious dishes already on the table, they couldn't help but drool. The tree spirits look like creatures carved out of ice, but in fact, they also have flesh and blood, and need to eat daily. The food in front of them directly aroused their deep desire. Cao Xing said, "Then, start to enjoy it." After getting Cao Xing's permission, the tree spirits could no longer control themselves. They came to the dining table, raised the roasted bear meat, wolf meat, and dry cheese, and devoured them. While eating, they made sounds of praise. "Oh my god. Such delicious bear meat. Such delicious wolf meat. My tongue is almost melting. Woo woo, it's so delicious. I have never had such a sumptuous meal since I was a child. Praise this kind Lord. He gave us sumptuous food." The other tree spirits also said, "Praise the great Lord." A lot of system prompts appeared in front of Cao Xing. Your territory member, Ani, enjoy delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 74. Your territory member, Carla, enjoyed delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 72. Your territory member, Nav, enjoyed delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 71. Your favorability increased for all members. The living environment of the tree spirits is also very bad, because the pale tree is sacred and inviolable. Therefore, there are not many abundant supplies within their range of activities. At this time, the petite Niv, while wolfing down the food on the table, looked at Cao Xing, as if she had something to say. But in the end, she still didn't muster up the courage. While this group of tree spirits were eating, Cao Xing turned around and came outside. Because he couldn't wait to see the properties of the few things he traded from Hilton. Especially, that golden shield. Paladin shield, gold, LV10, quality, rare armor. 123129, attached special effect, constitution plus 20, spirit plus 20, attached special effect, intermediate force unloading, when attacked by physical force, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's strength by 20 points. Attached special effect, intermediate magic resistance, when attacked by magic, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's spirit by 25 points. Attached special effect, Knight's Blessing, add a layer of shield to all friendly units, with a durability of 20% of the current friendly unit's health. A duration of 120 seconds, and a cooldown of 20 minutes. Oh my god. Such a strong attribute. More than 100 armors, plus several special effects, all increase the survivability of the shield user. It can be imagined that Liu Muxue holding the paladin shield will have amazing defense. Moreover, the most powerful one is naturally the last special effect of Knight's Blessing. Combined with his own talent, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the maximum health of all friendly units by 20%. This is a huge improvement. If it is given to a mammoth, It can directly increase the health by 3000 points. Unfortunately, this equipment has wearing requirements. It needs to be upgraded to level 10 before it can be equipped. However, for Cao Xing, upgrading to level 10 is not too difficult. Cao Xing looked happy and began to check the second thing, which was a bottle of secret medicine. Secret Vitality Potion, blue. After taking it, it can increase 10 points of physical fitness within 180 minutes. Want to know the secret of the Earl's nightly revelry? That's right, this is it. It is indeed a secret medicine that increases physical strength. Although Cao Xing did not see the attributes, he used his previous experience of playing on the tablet to judge the effect of this secret medicine. 10 points of physical fitness is not low. It is comparable to the improvement of his level 3 or 4. Of course, it is limited to before the second level. After the second level, the attribute improvement obtained with each upgrade is also more. Cao Xing drank it without hesitation. Because he is a fragile mage, he naturally has to try his best to improve his survivability. Taking the secret vitality elixir successfully, the physique has been improved, and the talent, eternal power, has taken effect, and this state has become permanent. Sure enough, the potion can also be enhanced by the talent. 10 points of physique, and it adds 200 health points to me. That's great. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and threw the paladin shield to Liu Muxue. Liu Muxue looked at the gorgeous golden shield in her hand with surprise. She had been staying by Cao Xing's side just now and had seen the transaction between him and Hilton. Naturally, she knew how precious this golden shield was. Throwing it on the trading market would definitely shock the survivors of the entire 174th district. However, Liu Muxue had secretly made up her mind to develop the territory with Cao Xing. There was no need to say any more words of gratitude, but to quietly put the shield into her backpack. Besides, she belonged to Cao Xing, so what was a piece of golden equipment? At this moment, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue suddenly felt a violent vibration under their feet. Boom. The tremor came very suddenly, causing the buildings in the entire territory to shake slightly. Liu Muxue subconsciously grabbed Cao Xing's shoulders. The people in the territory were so scared that they stopped their work. The group of polar people were in a panic, shouting with exaggerated expressions. Oh God, what happened? Is the earth shaking? No, it's the Mother Earth who is hungry. She wants to eat the filthy polar people. Woo woo, Mother Goddess, please forgive us. All the polar people knelt on the ground, kowtowed continuously, and prayed. Living underground for many years, earthquakes are the most terrible natural disaster for them, and they can take away many polar people's lives every time. But fortunately, the tremor comes quickly and goes quickly. However, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue saw surprise in each other's eyes, because the tremor just now was not felt in their area, but in the entire snowy plain, and even the entire western continent. World Channel has become a mess, and a large number of survivors are speaking frantically in it. Is it really an earthquake? Cao Xing was puzzled. Before they could react, a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. The remaining time in the novice protection period is 39 hours and 17 minutes. After the novice protection period ends, the game content will change. New expansion pack, Dragon Resurrection is about to start. The sleeping ancient dragon, Zuoma, is gradually awakening, and the dragon power it exudes has turned into ice nests, which appear frequently all over the world. A large number of ice nest beasts, ice nest eyes, Zuoma minions and other monsters will appear in the ice nests. As time goes by, the power of the dragon continues to revive, and the monsters that appear in the ice nests will become more and more powerful. Your goal is to protect your respective territories under the attacks of these ice nest beasts, and destroy more ice nests. Attention. Ice nests appear randomly. In order to allow survivors to adapt as quickly as possible, small-scale ice nests will appear during the novice protection period. Just after the prompt ended, all survivors saw that there seemed to be a meteor shower in the sky. Those meteor showers fell all over the world, smashing huge pits. Boom. Boom. Violent vibrations continued to occur. The world chat channel was in chaos. Li Zeng, wow. What happened? The system said that a giant dragon is about to awaken. Leonardo, a new expansion pack is about to be released. This is the system's way for us to adapt and advance. Murata Kenichi, giant dragon? It seems that this hero will finally be a dragon slayer. Muhammad, you are wrong. This is a punishment from heaven. It is a punishment for us. In fact, we should have died long ago. We came to this world just to pay for our sins. Everyone will die. Ha 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 ha. Everyone will die. Wang Zuang, the person above, don't go crazy here. Including the chat channel of Area 174, a large number of comments emerged in an instant. One of the survivors, Jiang Nap, exclaimed, "Oh my god, a meteor has landed near my territory. It has become an ice nest, and many monsters covered with ice spikes have emerged from it." The other survivors in Area 174 were surprised when they heard this. Oh my god, it turns out that these meteors are what the system calls ice nests. Sister Jiangna, how strong are those monsters? Jiangna was silent for a moment and then spoke again. It seems okay. They are all level 4 or 5 monsters. I can still deal with them. Hearing this, the other survivors also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the system also reminded that it is now the early stage of the dragon's revival and only a slight power overflow, so the monsters that appear in the ice nest are not strong. When the dragon gradually wakes up, the level of the ice nest monsters will gradually increase. At this time, Jizanai also shouted in the chat channel, "An ice nest appeared outside my territory. Oh my god, so many monsters came out. Lehangayu, I saw it too. Damn it. Kyowicheo, fuck. This ice nest killed my polar people. Damn. Zangyus, brothers, go back to your own territory. The ice nest will not hit our territory." The survivors heard the warning and went back to their own territories. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Cao Xing looked around and closed the chat channel. It seems that the ice nests of giant dragons have appeared near the territories of many survivors. But fortunately, this is a preheating of the system. The level of the monsters that appeared is not high. It is also to allow the survivors to adapt to the game changes after the novice protection period ends. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden vibration did make him a little flustered. Liu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Axing." The system said that the dragon is about to wake up. Is the dragon very powerful? Cao Xing nodded and said, "Of course. Didn't you hear Hilton say that the northern continent was almost destroyed because of the awakening of a dragon? The ancient dragon on our continent is probably about the same." "Ah. So scary." Liu Muxue was worried. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry, according to the system prompt, it will probably take some time for the dragon to wake up. Besides, there are tall people to support the sky if it falls. The natives of this world are much stronger than us. If they really encounter a dragon awakening, they will be the first to support it. If even they can't support it, then we can't do anything." Hearing this, the worry on Liu Muxue's face also dissipated a little. With a fascinated look in her eyes, she looked at this man. He seemed to always have a way to solve various difficulties. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly felt a gust of wind above his head. He raised his head and clearly saw a meteor passing by. Then, it crashed directly near his territory. Boom. The violent vibration was greater than any previous one. The snow on the ground was blown up, and the buildings in the territory shook violently. Cao Xing was stunned. What the hell? Did it hit my head? Before Cao Xing could check, Cao Yi, a citizen outside, exclaimed, "Lord, something has crashed near our territory." Cao Xing hurried over, including the tree spirits who were eating in the cafeteria. They were also alarmed and came out one after another. Then, everyone saw that about 800 meters away from the territory, a snow white nest appeared, like an ice sculpture, and a strong power fluctuation continued to appear inside. Roar, roar. Waves of beast-like roars appeared. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. So this is the ice nest. At this time, the group of tree spirits stared at the ice nest. One of the tree spirits exclaimed, "Oh my god. That's the power of the ancient dragon." Hearing the words ancient dragon, all the tree spirits were terrified. "Why? We have come to the western continent, but the dragon still won't let us go? The dragon has destroyed our home. Will it destroy our last habitat? Woo woo woo." We are a cursed race, and we should sink with the pale tree. The tree spirits were extremely desperate at this time. Nav even collapsed on the ground. The other people in the territory looked at this group of pale-skinned people. However, they did not think that the reaction of the tree spirits was exaggerated. After all, these people have experienced a dragon disaster. Their homes were destroyed, and their people died in batches. This incident left a deep psychological shadow on them. Chapter 70, Gift of Public Speaking, Talent. This incident left a deep psychological trauma on them. Now that the giant dragon has reappeared, their wounds have been exposed alive. At the same time, the fallen ice nest suddenly trembled. Then, full-legged creatures covered with ice spikes, like hyenas, emerged from it. As soon as they appeared on the snow, they lowered their heads and sniffed the snow, as if catching some smell. Then, the ice nest monsters locked onto Cao Xing's territory, which was a few hundred meters away. Roar, roar. The group of ice nest monsters rushed towards Cao Xing's territory in an instant. Seeing this, Cao Xing directly ordered, Cao Yi, appease our new members. Others, follow me out, and wipe out these ice nest monsters. After saying that, Cao Xing rushed out with 4 robots, plus Assam and others. Boom. Everyone rushed out of the territory together. Assam was still the first to take the lead. He rode the frost wolf, leaping flexibly on the snow, and was about to rush to the front of the group of ice nest monsters. At this moment, the polar people and other members of the territory were watching the battle outside with nervous expressions. In particular, when they heard that this was the power of the dragon, they became even more worried. After all, in their impression, the dragon was a creature that brought destruction and disaster. It was a symbol of invincibility. They couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the Lord, can he fight against this group of monsters? The elder Cao Yi was comforting the tree spirits in a gentle tone at this time. Dear new family members, don't sink into despair. We should believe in the Lord. He will protect us. The group of tree spirits still knelt on the ground, without any response to Cao Yi's words. The leader Cao Yi continued to comfort them. Everyone, I understand your fear and pain. Like you, I have lost my home. We used to live in Bingfeng City, which was a prosperous town. But then the army of aliens appeared and destroyed everything in the town. A large number of soldiers and civilians fell in a pool of blood. Although we were lucky to escape, we have been living a displaced life. During the process of fleeing, we watched the death of our relatives and friends and were powerless. We have all experienced this kind of pain and almost heartbreaking feeling. Hearing Cao Yi's mature and penetrating voice, all the tree spirits gradually stopped trembling, and they looked at Cao Yi blankly. It seemed that they did not expect that the elderly human in front of them had also experienced the same tragic experience. Cao Yi still had a gentle smile on his face. The tree spirits said blankly, "Sir, after going through so much, can you still maintain such an optimistic attitude?" Cao Yi smiled and said, "No, I used to be as desperate about my future as you. When we were captured by that group of crazy cultists, we even felt the evil of human nature. But later, we met the Lord. It was he who rescued us in our darkest hour. Not only did he rescue all of us, he also gave us warm shelter and plenty of food. Everyone lives very happily here. This makes me realize that everything before was a kind of tempering. The journey towards hope must be full of wind and frost, and full of pain. Don't be afraid. That is a test of us by the gods. Perhaps the dragon disaster in the past has brought you endless pain and made you displaced. But now, you have a new home and new partners. Here, you don't have to starve or freeze anymore. Everyone only needs to contribute their own strength to get enough food. Believe in the Lord. Believe that he can protect us." Cao Yi's voice was like a clear spring, a voice that struck the heart. All the tree spirits gradually felt the fear in their hearts being dispelled. They seemed to have awakened some kind of hope in their hearts. Everyone stared at the figures rushing out in front of them, their eyes full of desire. At this time, Cao Xing didn't know about the speech of the leader Cao Yi, because they were about to come into contact with the rushing ice nest monsters. Cao Xing also saw the attributes of the group of monsters. Ice Nest Monster LV6, level, first level ordinary monster health. 520 over 520, attack power. 4952 armor. 1115. Extra plus 10. Skills, Ice Bite, Ice Shell, Talent, none. For Cao Crossing, this first level ice nest monster no longer poses any threat. Assam directly slashed out a Frost Wolf Sword Key Swish. -537, -544, -872. -527. The sword energy fell into the group of ice nest monsters, causing a large area of exaggerated damage. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 ice nest monsters were killed. Frost Wolf Sword Key is a burst skill that Assam has just learned. The damage coefficient of 166% is enough to kill these level 5 and 6 ice nest monsters on the spot. This scene made the pupils of the lords watching the battle widen. They only knew that Assam and Andrew were very powerful before. However, they had no specific concept of this power. Now, they know. These monsters born from the power of the dragon can be killed by Assam with one sword. Dazuang's face flushed, and he raised his hammer excitedly and shouted, "Assam Knight is so brave." Other polar people also shouted, "With such a powerful Assam Knight, the Lord will definitely be able to defeat them," including the tree spirits next to them. There was a shocked look in their eyes. They didn't know that these were just weakened versions of ice nest monsters. They only knew that it was the power of the dragon. But under the sword of the knight, they were like paper and killed with one sword. Cao Yi continued, "See. This is our knight Assam. He is a loyal guard of the Lord. Andrew and Lady Sarah both have power no less than him." The tree spirits nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and they gradually believed Cao Yi's words. At this moment, Assam had already rushed directly into the group of ice nest monsters. He kept swinging his long sword and killed all the ice nest monsters. At the same time, Sarah, Andrew, and 4 robots also arrived. Although there were many ice nest monsters, under the suppression of the level, Andrew could basically kill one with a slap. The 4 robots hummed and continued to harvest the lives of the ice nest monsters. Even Cao Crossing kept raising his staff in the back. Ice cones shot out one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, -85, -87, -88. 3 ice cones directly took away half of the ice nest monster's life. At the same time, the forklift robot mashed the ice nest monster's skull with a shovel. -274. The bucket robot killed the LV6 ice nest monster and gained experience points. 0. The combatants gained experience points. 30 points. These mechanical creations do not have experience bars, so they cannot be upgraded by killing monsters. They can only upgrade their accessories later to improve their performance. Sarah also killed all the ice nest monsters with one sword. Killed the LV7 ice nest monster and gained 70 experience points. Killed the LV6 ice nest monster and gained 60 experience points. System prompts kept appearing. Less than 2 minutes after the battle began, the 30 or 40 ice nest monsters that appeared in the ice nest had all been killed by Assam and his men. The newly joined tree spirits stood there in a daze, looking at the fighting figures outside the territory in shock. The territory citizen Cao Yi raised his voice. "Everyone, this is the power of the Lord. The Lord is mighty." The other polar people, including other territory citizens, also shouted at the same time. "Lord, your majesty is so great." The tree spirits looked at each other and saw surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Hope seemed to be rekindled in their hearts, including the petite nymph. She also tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, with a fiery look in her eyes. They completely believed Cao Yi's words. The power of this territory is very strong, enough to protect their safety. At the same time, Cao Crossing suddenly saw that the system prompts kept appearing. Territory member, Valina, has been convinced by the power of your territory. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 81 Territory member, Nuf, has been convinced by the power of your territory. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 82 Territory member, Cao Crossing looked back in surprise and saw Cao Yi standing next to the tree spirits. He speculated that the changes in these tree spirits might be related to Cao Yi. After all, he has a basic speech mastery. Cao Crossing secretly said, "This Cao Yi is a talent. Let's see if we can find him a job transfer book so that he can also have combat capabilities. This kind of talent needs to be well cultivated. Then, He took Liu Muxue to start cleaning the battlefield. Under the corpses of these ice nest monsters, he saw some fragments and some white stones. Get ice crystal stone, green, asterisk 1 right square bracket, get glacial flake asterisk 1 right square bracket, get ice dragon mark asterisk 1 right square bracket. What are glacial flake and ice dragon mark? Cao Xing took a look. Glacier flake, special material. Flakes containing a weak dragon's power can be used to make Zuomar series equipment and props. Ice dragon mark, special prop. Collect a certain number, and after the new expansion is released, it can be used to exchange for some precious items, including Zuomar series equipment drawings and props. After looking at these two materials, Cao Xing nodded in understanding. It seems that these two materials are related to the later expansion packs, and can be used to exchange for good things. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something. This thing seems to be traded through the market. In this case, can I stock up more? I can exchange it directly after the new version is updated. Although I don't know what these ice dragon marks can be exchanged for. But it must be related to the dragon, so it must be something special. Cao Xing's thoughts suddenly became active. Of course, the other survivors are not stupid. After seeing the props introduction above, they will know the preciousness of these materials. Unless they can take out something that makes them excited, and most urgently have. Now, the most scarce thing for the survivors is still food and various cold resistant clothing. Of course, weapons and equipment are also in short supply. Cao Xing has nothing that can be traded in bulk for the time being. Forget it, let's see later. Anyway, there is still a long time before the end of today, and I will probably go out to explore in the afternoon. Shaking his head, he put these thoughts aside for the time being. Then he began to continue collecting spoils. A total of 20,000 items were found on these ice nest monsters. Ice crystal, green, asterisk 17, glacier flakes asterisk 24, ice dragon mark asterisk 14, book of magic, weak asterisk 3 right square bracket. The harvest was not bad. After all, these were just a group of small monsters below level 1. At the same time, Cao Xing also saw that the ice nest was still beating. Gulp, gulp, like an active heart. Cao Xing led the members of the territory to the ice nest and immediately saw the properties of this thing. Power of Zuomar, ice nest LV10, level 1 armor. 200 durability. 2000/2000, effect, every once in a while, absorb the power of the dragon and hatch a level 1 ice nest monster. There is a certain probability that an elite ice nest monster will appear. Limit of hatching ice nest monsters. 45/500. If you see this kind of ice nest in the wild, please destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise a large number of ice nest monsters will hatch soon. Cao Xing was stunned. So this thing works like this. Fortunately, there is an upper limit to the number of monsters that can be hatched in these ice nests. Otherwise, if ice nests can be hatched endlessly, a single ice nest, as long as it lasts long enough, can hatch a large number of ice nest monsters, causing disaster to the entire continent. Sarah, destroy this ice nest. Cao Xing ordered directly. Sarah obeyed the order and slashed with a shadow blade. -734. Sarah's attack was very impressive. 3 slashes were enough to directly chop the ice nest. At this moment, Sarah's attack seemed to stimulate the revival of the ice nest. Boom. The ice nest shook violently. Then a monster that looked like a rhinoceros, covered with ice armor and about 3 meters tall, emerged from it. Back off. Out of caution, Cao Xing quickly asked everyone to retreat. Then, he began to check the attributes of the monster. Ice Nest Hoof LV10, level, first order elite creature HP. 1340, attack power. 1671/72 armor. 3437, plus 20, skills, death charge, entering the charge state, attack power increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 50%, frost trampling, immediately raises the front hoof, causing 178% trampling damage to the enemy, and makes it fall into a dizzy state for 12 seconds. Ice Shell, adds 20 points of armor, talent, none. This ice nest hoof, as soon as it appeared, made a dull cow cry. Moo. The terrifying sound wave shook the snow on the ground and spread to the camp in the distance. The faces of the polar people and the tree spirits turned pale with fear. They knew that this was a more terrifying creature than those ice nest monsters. However, Cao Xing rolled his eyes. He thought that this rhino monster was a terrifying creature, but it turned out to be a first level elite monster. Seeing that the ice nest hoof was still opening its mouth, Cao Xing ordered, Dabe, make it shut up. Chapter 71 Commissioned Mission, Pale Seed. Dabe, make it shut up. Dabe at the side, heard it and rushed over. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps sounded like a war machine approaching. The ice nest hoof saw Dabe rushing over and showed no weakness. It lowered its head and wanted to compete with Dabe in strength. Boom. Boom. The two behemoths came into contact with each other. However, the moment its horns collided with Dabe's fangs, the rhino monster was directly hit and flew out. At this moment, Dabe continued to rush over. He picked it up with his fangs and then trampled it. -934, -877 crack. Dabe's thick front hooves directly crushed the rhino monster's head, killing it to death. A system prompt appeared in front of Cao Xing. Your pet, Dabe killed Ice Nest Hoof LV10 and gained experience points. 180, combatants gained experience points. 90 at this time, Dabe was still stepping on the corpse of the rhino monster, looking at Cao Xing with hope. Cao Xing patted its elephant hoof and praised, well done, Dabe. Dabe shook his head, as if he was a little happy to receive the praise from his master. At the same time, the people in the territory looked at this scene blankly. They thought they would experience a fierce battle. In the end, the winner was decided in just a moment. Wow, such a powerful mammoth. They were once again impressed by the powerful force of Cao Xing's territory. Cao Xing picked up 4 ice dragon marks and 3 glacier flakes under the corpse of the ice nest hoof. The harvest was not bad. Unfortunately, this kind of monster hatched from the ice nest will not explode equipment. Then, Cao Xing continued to order, Sarah, destroy this ice nest. Sarah nodded, and the shadow blade passed. -745 -777 Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance successfully destroyed the ice nest and gained 100 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 50 points gained. 20 ice dragon marks. They actually gave me 20 ice dragon marks directly? Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Destroying an ice nest is equivalent to killing dozens of monsters, which is not bad. He nodded with satisfaction and then said, let's go home. Cao Xing led the team and rushed back to the territory. As soon as they returned to the territory, all the people in the territory knelt down respectfully. The person in the territory, Cao Yi, took the lead and shouted, welcome to the triumphant return of the Lord. The Lord is mighty. Other people in the territory also shouted, the Lord is mighty. They all raised their heads and looked at this group of powerful warriors excitedly. Their eyes were fiery. Cao Xing was stunned, shook his head, and said nothing more. However, he had a higher opinion of this Lord, Cao Yi. This guy's really smart. He is an expert in pyramid selling. Cao Xing nodded slightly. Get up, my lords. After receiving the order, the lords stood up one after another. But their eyes looking at the warriors were still fiery. Including the tree spirits on the side. They also felt a great sense of belonging to this territory. Surrounded by the crowd, Nav seemed extremely inconspicuous. She kept raising her head and lowering it again and again, her little hands nervously pinching the corners of her clothes, as if she was making some difficult decisions. Cao Xing noticed this ice princess-like girl and saw that she seemed to be worried. So he said, Nav, do you have anything to report to me? When Cao Xing called her name, little Nav trembled. Everyone looked at her. Under the gaze of the crowd, Nav seemed to have mustered up her courage. With a nervous expression, she slowly walked in front of Cao Xing and then knelt down respectfully. My lord, Neve needs your help with something. Behind her, the mature-looking tree spirit wanted to say something but hesitated, but finally did not speak. The other people in the territory also looked over. Cao Xing knew that it was time for him to show his ability. Neve, you are my people in the territory. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Now tell me what difficulties you have encountered. Neve, who was kneeling on the ground, took a deep breath and then said solemnly, "My lord, my sister, Juliet and I got separated on the road. Neve asks you to help find her. If you can bring my sister back, Neve is willing to give you everything I have, including the pale seed in my body." Hearing the words pale seed, the pupils of the group of tree spirits suddenly widened. They looked at Neve in shock, as if they did not expect her to say this. Among them, the mature looking tree spirit even subconsciously wanted to come over to stop Neve. However, when she thought that this was their lord, the female tree spirit finally sighed. Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What is the pale seed?" At this time, Andrew beside him also showed a look of shock in his eyes. Andrew explained, "Lord, the pale sacred tree is the most sacred giant tree in the northern continent. It is said that it is as high as the sky, has infinite power, and can even predict the future. Every once in a while, the guardians can ask this sacred tree a question, and no matter what the question is, the sacred tree can give an answer. In addition to the only pale sacred tree, there are also seeds sown by some sacred trees. When these seeds grow up, they will become new pale trees. Although they are not as magical as the pale sacred tree, they also have strange power. It is said that the territory where the pale tree is planted will also receive magical blessing." After listening to Andrew's explanation, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly widened, and he also understood the importance of the pale seed that Neve mentioned. "You mean, there is a pale seed in your body?" Neve nodded gently, with an expectant look on her delicate face, as if it was carved. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. "There is no doubt that the pale sacred tree is sacred and powerful. The ability to predict the future alone is very abnormal, no matter where it is placed. But unfortunately, such a sacred pale sacred tree was also destroyed in the disaster of the dragon's revival. And the seeds of this sacred tree, even if they cannot predict the future, must have extremely magical power. Didn't you hear Andrew say that the territory where the pale tree is planted will be blessed?" Seeing Cao Xing thinking, Neve said with a trembling voice, "Lord, please. As long as you can bring my sister back, I'm willing to agree to anything you want." Neve looked at him with a desire. Cao Xing did not agree rashly, but wanted to collect some information first. So he asked, "Neve, do you remember where you and your sister got separated?" Neve quickly replied, "It was in the Bolus Mountains. We camped in a forest with Uncle Hilton, and then we were attacked by trolls on the top of the mountain. The whole camp was in chaos. In the melee, a troll set its sights on our tent. In order to protect me, my sister took the initiative to lead the troll away. By the time the guards repelled the group of trolls, my sister had disappeared. Later, we searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of my sister. Uncle Hilton said that my sister had died. Woo woo woo. Lord, I can sense that my sister is not dead. She is still alive. She must be helpless alone in that cold mountain range. Please, save my sister." After Neve finished speaking, she buried her head in the ground. A system prompt appeared. "Member of your territory, Neve asks you for help to go to the Bolus Mountains to find her lost sister. Task reward, pale seed *1 right square bracket. Do you accept?" Cao Xing fell into thought again. The main reason was that he didn't know how far away the Bolus Mountains were from him and how dangerous it was. So he opened the snowstorm map and found the location of the Bolus Mountains on it. At a glance, this mountain range is very large, consisting of more than a dozen high mountains, and stretches for dozens of kilometers. It is more than 30 kilometers away from the camp. At this time, the Lord Dahua said cautiously, "Lord, the Bolus Mountains are a relatively dangerous mountain range nearby, and many caravans will pass through there. There are many powerful monsters living in it, and even those experienced caravans may encounter accidents." After hearing Dahua's explanation, everyone understood the danger of the mountain range. Obviously, rescuing Neve's sister at this time would take a relatively large risk. Everyone was waiting for Cao Xing's decision. And when he noticed the coordinates of the Bolus Mountains, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh. These coordinates seem to be similar to the coordinates on the Goblin Treasure House key I got. Cao Xing was stunned, and he quickly took a look at the key introduction in his backpack. With this key, you can go to coordinates 32,141, 23,513, 3521 to open the Goblin treasure house. Oh my, it's true. Does this mean that Cao Xing can go find Juliet first and then do the task of this key at the same time? Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. That is, take this task. 1 action, 2 gains. Why not? Even if there are risks, he will accept it. Cao Xing bent down and held Niv's arm. This was his first physical contact with the tree spirits. It was a touch that was not as cold as he imagined, but warm. Niv was startled by Cao Xing's actions and stopped crying in an instant, and a bit of shame flashed in her eyes. However, Cao Xing just helped her up and said softly, Niv, since you have joined my territory, you are one of us. Your family is naturally our family too. As your lord, it is my duty to protect your family. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the Bolus Mountains are, I will find your sister. Hearing this, Niv's azure eyes were misty again. She was completely moved by Cao Xing's words. Thank you. Thank you, respected lord. You have successfully accepted the task. Niv's commission, landlord. Niv's favorability has increased. Current favorability 87. At the same time, other landlords also heard Cao Xing's speech just now. Everyone felt a warm current in their hearts. They didn't expect that Cao Xing was willing to take the risk and go to such a dangerous mountain to find her family just because of a new landlord. Landlord Cao Yi took the lead and said, praise the kind lord. Other landlords also sighed, praise the merciful lord. Then, a lot of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. The loyalty of all the people in the territory has reached more than 85 points. It can be said to be a huge improvement. Cao Xing showed a slight joy at the corner of his mouth. And Liu Muxue also came to Cao Xing's side, looking at her with admiration. Xing, are we going to rescue Niv's sister now? Cao Xing said, yes, but in addition to rescuing her sister, I have another thing to do there. Although the Bolus Mountains are dangerous, our strength is not weak. Hilton and others can pass safely. We should be able to do it too. Liu Muxue nodded and said excitedly, yes, let's go together. Sam and Andrew have already prepared for the battle, including Sarah on the side. They all look at Cao Xing with respect. After all, who doesn't want their lord to be a good lord who cares about his subordinates? However, before setting off, Cao Xing also needs to check the things that exploded from the frost goblin to see if they can be used to improve their strength. Faded elite soul, a soul with weak soul power, can be used on a follower below level 2 to evolve it into an elite creature with a small chance of success, 5% to 15%. This thing is the same type as the demon spider soul, which can make ordinary creatures advance to elites. However, the success rate is so low that it makes people a little outrageous, so he doesn't have any hope at all. Cao Xing checked the second item. Ascalon Archer Recruitment Scroll, blue. This scroll can summon an Ascalon Archer with rich combat experience, with the strength of level 12 elite. Cao Xing was stunned, and then said happily, another elite creature, and an archer? Great, this way, I can have a long range attack unit. So he directly clicked to use it. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume the scroll and summon the Ascalon Archer? Yes. At the same time, Cao Xing suddenly felt a cold wind blowing through the territory. Whoosh. The cold wind carried the snowflakes outside the territory and drifted past. Everyone's vision was blocked, and they also felt the rapid drop in body temperature. Snowflakes were flying in the territory, like petals all over the sky. After a moment, when the cold wind dissipated, everything settled. In front of Cao Xing, there appeared a slender female archer wearing azure light armor and a longbow on her back. The cold white face of the westerner was filled with a firm gaze. The high ponytail added a dashing heroic look to her. The kingdom that sank into the ground, the glory that passed away. Ascalon Archer, Renus Hawkey, reports to you. Thanks to book friends, Zijai Bayoshu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Peeping in the Dark for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Binghua for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lack of Brain Cells for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yana and SESESE for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mengayu Zige for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhao Jiangxin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ying Sabuban for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Guagua Bao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Han Siwo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Wei for 588 reading coins. Thanks to Liu Huajiang for 200 coins. Thanks to Book Friends for subscription and recommendation. Bo. Chapter 72 Elite Archer. Ascalon Archer, Renus Hawkey, reports to you. Cao Xing met the other party's sharp eyes and then said solemnly, "Welcome Renus Hawkey. Let's build a territory full of glory together." This time, Cao Xing's words seemed to have no effect. Renus heard the word glory, and her expression became a little depressed. "Dear Lord, the kingdom of Ascalon has been destroyed, and my glory has disappeared." Cao Xing was embarrassed after hearing this. He didn't know that the kingdom of Ascalon had been destroyed. These words were equivalent to revealing Renus's scars. At this time, Liu Muxue gently walked to Renus, took her hand and said, "Renus, the glory of the past is certainly worth pursuing, but more importantly, it is to cherish everything in the present. Are you willing to join us and pick up the glory that belongs to you again?" Hearing this, Renus raised her blue eyes, nodded and said, "I do." Then, she said gratefully, "Thank you, this beautiful lord." Liu Muxue turned around and showed a gentle smile to Cao Xing. Cao Xing was happy. He didn't expect Liu Muxue to have this talent. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Seeing that Renus gradually regained her fighting spirit, Cao Xing said as usual, "Then Renus, please accept the blessing we bestow on you." Renus did not refuse and nodded. Cao Xing raised his staff and released 3 buffs in succession: Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Armor. Then Liu Muxue also released Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing in succession, plus Irina's Scale Armor and Snake Man Frenzy. A total of 7 permanent states were added. Everyone could feel that Renus's aura was obviously much stronger. Her body froze in place. Like the other members who had just joined, her face was filled with strong shock. Then, she bent down slightly and said respectfully to Cao Xing, "Thank you for the blessing of the Lord. Your power is as dazzling as the stars." At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ears. "You helped the territory member, Renus Hawkey, improve his strength, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 74. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then he began to check Renus's attributes. Ascalon Archer, Renus Hawkey, race, human, level 12 1099/30,000 HP. 3460, equipment bonus, attack power. 3123 31 armor. 107114, attributes, strength 144, agility 157, spirit 141, constitution 140, skills, weak point strike, aim at the enemy's weakness to cause critical damage, wind. Chaser arrow, shoots an arrow at high speed, causing 135% damage to the enemy. Hunting eye, in the next 10 seconds, activate the hunting eye state for yourself, increasing the critical strike rate by 30%, the accuracy by 20%, and the ability to see through illusions. Talent. Non-bond, archer, when there are more than 3 archers in the team, the critical strike rate increases by 10%. When there are more than 10 archers, the critical strike rate increases by 20%. Satiation. 76 loyalty. 74. Cao Xing nodded, not bad. As an elite archer, Renus's strength can be said to be very strong. Now, everything is ready. Cao Xing asked Niv about the approximate location where she and her sister got separated, and nodded. Niv whispered, "Lord, do you need me to go with the team?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, I already know the location. Leave it to us next." Niv has little combat power, and this time, they still have to open the goblin treasure house, and they may encounter some problems inside. So, I won't take her with me. Cao Xing looked at the followers below, and then said loudly, "Let's go." Destination, the Bolus Mountains. Dabe raised his head first and let out a long roar. Moo, a Sam and Andrew turned around and walked out of the snow. 3 robots followed behind. The group left in a mighty manner. Cao Xing still left Irina to guard the territory. Anyway, she could level up by sitting in the territory. Then, Cao Xing also left a drilling robot to assist in mining and defending the territory. Mechanical creations like this have no experience bar, so it doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. Under the gaze of the people, Cao Xing and his party quickly disappeared in the vast snowfield. At the same time, in another corner of the snowfield, a group of survivors gathered in a camp. There were as many as 40 or 50 people. They seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black cotton-padded jacket stood in the middle of the team and said, "Let me tell you again about the plan for this operation. After we arrive at that coordinate, we will observe the situation first and let the little monkey go to investigate. Then wait for the little monkey to send a signal, and then we will all rush up together. Did you understand?" The other survivors responded one after another, "I understand." A survivor who looked younger next to him said, "Boss Ji-jun, don't worry. Many of our brothers have already recruited creatures, a level 5 wild boar warrior, a level 7 Ascalon monk. Brother Huan Wen is even more exaggerated. He actually has a level 8 elite assassin. Including ourselves, there are at least 60 people. As long as this Cao Xing dares to come out, we can trample him to death with 1 foot each." After the survivor finished speaking, the other members of the Three Heroes Association on the field also showed a relaxed smile, because what he said was indeed correct. At the current stage, so many survivors, plus powerful recruited creatures, this is a very powerful force. The middle-aged man wrapped in a black cotton-padded jacket also nodded and said, "That being said, we have to be careful. This time, it's a battle for the 3 heroes to establish their prestige. We have to let those guys know that even in this world, the 3 heroes are not something that anyone can mess with." The survivors on the field nodded one after another. Soon, they took action. The target was exactly the coordinate point given by Cao Xing. At this time, Cao Xing, after more than 10 minutes of rushing, had already left the territory for about 8 kilometers. Behind him, there were their footprints. Especially Dabe, with its thick elephant hoof. Every step left a huge footprint. As Cao Xing moved forward, he opened the snowstorm map. There were many terrains marked on it, and some places were marked with red X's. When Cao Xing passed one of the marked locations, he saw a frozen lake. Before they got close, Sarab warned them, "Lord, don't go any further. That lake is the territory of a terrifying creature. If we disturb it, we will be easily torn to pieces and then swallowed." Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then he led his men to take a detour without hesitation. Later, he understood that these marked locations were occupied by some terrifying monsters. After that, he tried to avoid these areas as much as possible. The crowd continued to move forward, and after walking for several kilometers in the vast snowfield, Cao Xing found a blazing bonfire in the snow, and there were several simple buildings next to it. Liu Muxue said, "Xing, that seems to be the territory of other survivors." Cao Xing took a look, and saw that in addition to the Lord's hut, the Polar Man's hut had also been built. The camp bonfire took shape, and seemed to have been upgraded to level 3 or 4. The construction level of this territory was quite good among other survivors. However, the survivors inside had already gone out, and only a few polar men were left to collect supplies near the territory. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Let's go." He didn't want to have any contact with other survivors yet. Besides, he still had to go find Neve's sister, so he couldn't waste time here. But, the tracked robots were moving at full speed. The other followers were also moving their legs or running wildly. Rumble. They bypassed several high mountains and jungles along the way. After advancing for about 30 kilometers, a continuous mountain range blocked the way for Cao Xing and others. A system prompt appeared. The Bolus Mountains have been discovered. Map introduction. The Bolus Mountains are covered with snow all year round, and many species of creatures live on them, such as snow monsters, cave dwellers, snow trolls, etc. In addition, the Bolus Mountains are also rich in minerals and some strange plants. After reading the map introduction, Cao Xing understood that this mountain range should be a high-level area, and there may be many powerful creatures in it. Therefore, He needs to be careful. Sarah suddenly showed up and reported again. Lord, about 1 kilometer to the right, there is a path into the mountains. We can go in from there. Cao Xing nodded and then led the team to the place Sarah said. In a dense area of silver fir trees, there appeared a path into the mountains about 2 or 3 meters wide. There were traces of wheel tracks on it, which showed that other caravans should have passed by this place not long ago. Assam rode the Frost Wolf and took the lead in entering the mountains. Cao Xing and others followed behind. As soon as they entered the forest, they kept hearing strange monkey-like cries. Oh. Liu Muxue grabbed Cao Xing's sleeve in fear. Assam turned around and explained, "My lord, those are the cries of cave dwellers, a group of creatures with low intelligence. As long as we don't get close to their territory, these cave dwellers will not attack us." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, let's move on." This time, he was going to go to a place called Tero Mountain, in this mountain range, to find the whereabouts of Neve's sister, Juliet. Then, go deep into the mountains and open the goblin treasure house. Creak. Creak. The tracked robot continued to turn. Chapter 73 Picking up money on the way. The tracked robot started to turn again, covering the ruts on the ground. After a while, they completely entered the mountain range. As the path climbed, the terrain gradually became higher. But fortunately, the tracked robot is an all-terrain robot, and this road condition is not difficult for it. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue sat on the robot's back easily. Cao Xing also took out a handful of nuts from his backpack and gave half to Liu Muxue. The two chewed nuts while enjoying the beautiful scenery on the snowy mountain. In this scene, they didn't look like they were going on an adventure at all, but rather like they were traveling. Not far away, Cao Xing suddenly saw that there seemed to be signs of a battle on the road ahead. 2 or 3 overturned carriages on the ground looked messy. On the cold snow, the pools of blood were particularly eye-catching. Swish. Assam took the lead in drawing his long sword and entered a state of alert. Cao Xing said, "Assam, go and explore what happened ahead." "Yes, Lord." Assam received the order and instantly controlled the Frost Wolf to rush over. After a while, he turned back and reported, "Lord, that is a human caravan ahead of us. They seem to have been attacked and have been wiped out." Cao Xing frowned and asked in confusion, "Chamber of Commerce? Could it be Hilton and his men?" Assam shook his head. "No, it's the carriage of the giant Chamber of Commerce. I saw a fist symbol on it." Cao Xing nodded suddenly. The giant Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce, along with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Hilton mentioned it before. Attack. Do you know who did it? Assam nodded. From the traces of the battle at the scene and the footprints on the ground, they should have encountered a forest snow monster. This is a ferocious and violent monster. When it can't find food in the snow, it will attack humans. Cao Xing frowned. How strong is the forest snow monster? Assam thought, forest snow monsters are strong and weak, but most of them are not strong. It is said that they are the guardians of the mountain god. Cao Xing nodded. After hearing Assam say that this group of forest snow monsters were not strong, he gradually felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have run away with his men right now. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." Then, he came to the 3 overturned carriages. When Cao Xing saw the things on the carriages, his eyes lit up. In the overturned carriages, there were several cargo boxes, which seemed to be loaded with miscellaneous goods. Cao Xing walked down and came to one of the carriages. The system prompt appeared. Found the giant Chamber of Commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it? Cao Xing directly clicked yes. Opened successfully. Obtained 32 Medina Rose red wine. Obtained 30 Vizima champion liquor. Obtained 7 cans of goat milk. Obtained 372 yak meat. Obtained 172 sevish. Most of the first truck was filled with food and some drinks. In this icy and snowy place, these supplies are extremely precious. Take it to those towns and sell it for a very high price. When Cao Xing saw the introduction of the 2 kinds of wine, his eyes lit up. Medina Rose red wine. After taking it, it can instantly restore 400 points of health and increase 10 points of spirit within 300 seconds, but there is a 50% chance of entering a drunken state. A red wine that is loved by some knights. sold in the territory tavern, and there is a chance that it will attract some powerful knights. Vizima champion liquor. After taking it, it can instantly restore 300 points of health and increase 10 points of strength within 300 seconds. And there is an 80% chance of entering a drunken state, a liquor that is loved by some polar warriors, sold in the territory tavern, and there is a chance that some powerful warriors will come. It can actually increase attributes and attract powerful knights and warriors. Cao Xing was delighted. Just from these 2 points, we can see the preciousness of these 2 kinds of wine. And the key is that, because I have SSS level talent, if I take it, maybe I can permanently increase the attributes. Cao Xing even wanted to show off 2 bottles on the spot, but drinking these drinks would make him drunk. So Cao Xing could only wait until he returned to the territory to try it out. The first truck gave him a lot of gains, and next to it, there were 2 overturned trucks. Cao Xing couldn't help but look forward to it even more. He came to the second truck, and the system prompt appeared. Found the giant chamber of commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained complete snow wolf skin *7. Obtained complete deer skin *8. Obtained wool cloth roll, white, *12 pieces. Obtained linen cloth roll, white, *15 pieces. Obtained silk cloth roll, green, *13 pieces. Cao Xing was delighted again. Wow, there are all kinds of cloth in here. After having cloth, you can make some cold-proof clothes in batches in the tailor shop. At this stage, the preciousness of a cold-proof clothing is self-evident. In the market, many survivors may not be able to exchange weapons and equipment for clothes. Cao Xing can use these cloths to make clothes, and then exchange them with other survivors for precious resources. However, there are actually green-grade cloth rolls in here. Does it have any special effects? Cao Xing checked it out. Silk cloth roll, green, a kind of cloth roll that is deeply loved by nobles. It is light in texture and has a strong cold-proof effect. When made into clothes, there is a greater probability of adding additional charm attributes. After reading the introduction, Cao Xing nodded and put it away. He came to the third truck and clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Get coins *47,203. Get magic stones *172. Get special pet rations *17. Green. Get refined iron. Blue. *72. Get amber pebbles. Green. *12. Another large amount of precious materials came in, and a huge sum of more than 40,000 yuan. I have to say, this feeling of picking up money is really good. Cao Xing almost fell in love with this feeling. No wonder those hunters like to rob the Chamber of Commerce. The profit is too high. But unfortunately, the resources of this caravan are not as good as Hilton's. You know, Hilton has 2 purple equipment, hundreds of thousands of crowns, potions, etc. After thinking about it, Cao Xing also thought it was natural. After all, Hilton brought a large group of guards, plus 2 third-level elite guards. With such a strong guard force, he would not be killed by a group of snow monsters. Then, Cao Xing checked the properties of the 2 new materials as usual. Special pet ration, green, a special ration with a lot of animal offal and eyeballs, which is deeply loved by various pets. After feeding, it can increase 1 point of loyalty. The upper limit of feeding a single pet is 5 times. Note, although the ration is good, don't feed it too many times. Amber pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase weapon attack power by 5 points. The amber buried deep underground seemed to have some kind of weak power. This pet ration can also increase loyalty? Cao Xing laughed, then took out a piece and threw it towards Dabe. Dabe also subconsciously opened his mouth. The next moment, Dabe's pupils suddenly widened, as if he had encountered some delicious food on Earth, and swallowed it up voraciously. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Your pet, Dabe, has taken special pet rations, loyalty +1, satiety +3. Haha. As expected, loyalty has increased. Cao Xing continued to feed. After the 5th feeding, the system prompts, the number of feedings has reached the upper limit. Dabe's loyalty has reached 95 points, and the mount function can be activated soon. At this time, Dabe is still looking at Cao Xing eagerly, and seems to be extremely eager to taste the delicious food again. Cao Xing touched its head and said, "This thing can't eat too much in one day. I'll feed you next time, be good." Dabe understood what he said, and reluctantly turned his head to one side. So far, all the supplies in the 3 trucks have been collected by Cao Xing. Looking at the overturned carriage and the bloodstains on the ground, Cao Xing said, "If there is a chance, I will kill the group of snow monsters for you. Just consider it as my reward for taking away these supplies." After that, he led everyone to continue moving forward along this path into the mountain. Cao Xing and his team moved forward for about 2 kilometers again. Along the way, I don't know whether it was because of the fear of Dabe's huge body or because of their number, Cao Xing was not attacked by those monsters. Half an hour later, they had penetrated into the mountains for about 3 kilometers. The terrain here is already very high, with an altitude of at least more than 800 meters. Cao Xing opened the map again and took a look at the distance of Tello Mountain. Then he said, "We are almost there. We'll be at Mount Tralo soon." This is when Eve and her sister were separated. From now on, observe the surroundings to see if there are any signs of fighting or fleeing. After all, Neve's sister was being hunted by the trolls at the time, and in order to avoid them, she might have escaped from Mount Tralo. After hearing Cao Xing's instructions, everyone began to observe the surroundings. Sarah, on the other hand, disappeared from the spot and began to explore. The team searched and moved forward. Soon they arrived at Mount Tralo on the map. This is a high mountain that is also covered with thick snow, with some birch trees and some shrubs growing sparsely on it. The terrain is extremely steep and normal people can't climb it at all. This place is so steep, how did those caravans get through? Cao Xing couldn't help thinking about this question. Mount Tralo is the only way to pass through the Bolus Mountains. If you can't cross this mountain, you can only return the same way, detouring dozens or hundreds of kilometers, which will delay a lot of time. At this time, Assam reported, "My lord, there is a path ahead, and it seems that we can go through the Troshan mountain from that path." Chapter 74 Discover the Hidden Area. Under Assam's guidance, Cao Xing came to a 2-meter wide path next to Mount Tello. This path was built close to the edge of Mount Tello, and next to it was a cliff that was thousands of feet high. If you were not careful, you would fall down. The system prompt appeared. Found the Tello Mountain Business Road. This is a path opened up by a group of merchants who offered sacrifices to the cave dwellers. When passing by, you need to take out meat to offer as a sacrifice, otherwise you will be attacked by the cave dwellers. Cao Xing was happy. You have to offer meat to cross the road. These cave dwellers are also a group of bandits. However, because this is the only passage, those chambers of commerce can only pass through Mount Tello from here, and they must also abide by the rules here. Nev and the others may have come from here before. At this time, Sarah suddenly appeared and reported, "My lord, we found traces of camping in a nearby forest." Hearing this, Cao Xing's expression suddenly brightened. "Take us there." He was just worried that he couldn't find any clues. Sarah nodded. Then, everyone followed Sarah to a forest, where there was an extinguished bonfire and some destroyed tents. The messy footprints and several fallen birch trees next to it indicated that a battle had taken place here. Seeing this, Cao Xing ordered, "Look carefully to see if you can find clues about Sister Nev." Everyone began to search. However, because of the heavy snow last night, many traces were covered. They could only barely distinguish the situation at that time, based on the footprints on the ground. A moment later, Andrew made a new discovery. He said in a calm tone, "Lord, there is a footprint here, which seems to lead to the depths of the forest. However, there are too many footprints, and they are too messy. I'm not sure if this is Sister Nev's." Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded. "It doesn't matter, let's search along this footprint first." Andrew did not say much, but turned around and led the way. The group continued to go deeper. However, this messy footsteps seemed to have run a long way, until they passed through the woods and came to a wide area. It seemed to be a cliff. Not far away, a cliff blocked everyone's way. "Stop." Cao Xing made a gesture. This cliff was bottomless and shrouded in mist. It was impossible to know what was happening below. There were footprints all around. It can be seen that Hilton and his team also followed this footprint and probably stopped here. Sam said, "Lord, such a deep cliff. Unless you are a 4th level expert, no one can survive after falling down." Cao Xing nodded. All the signs in front of him showed that Neve's sister, Juliet, might have fallen off the cliff and died here. Hilton and his team also thought so they gave up the search. However, Neve told Cao Xing that she could sense that her sister was still alive. Cao Xing didn't know if what the little girl said was true, but as a tree spirit, she might have some special sensing ability. So Cao Xing gave an order. Continue to search nearby, and don't miss any corner. After hearing this, everyone started searching again. Although, they all had no expectations for this search. The area near this cliff was bare, and there was no place to hide. If there was anyone, it would be obvious at a glance. They quickly searched the area of several hundred meters nearby, and everyone shook their heads with some regret. "Lord, I didn't find anything." "The same goes for me," Sam and Sarah reported one after another. Cao Xing sighed with regret. Because in this way, it means that he can't find Juliet, and the mission will be declared a failure. Liu Muxue beside him also had a sad face. At this time, the newly recruited archer, Irina, found something unusual. "I felt a faint magic fluctuation near here," Cao Xing asked in confusion. "Magic fluctuation?" Irina did not answer, but directly activated the hunting eye skill. At this moment, her pupils suddenly changed color, like a pair of real eagle eyes. The sharp eyes swept around inch by inch, and then stopped on a patch of grass. Irina said directly, "There is something wrong with that patch of grass." Cao Xing was stunned, then followed her gaze, and found that it was just a pile of ordinary weeds. What's the problem?" Irina replied, "It's a trap, a hunting trap set by cave dwellers. Some wild animals will be attracted by the smell on it and then be caught in the trap." Cao Xing's expression was lifted after hearing this. Good guy, he can even find this. This new member is quite something. However, there is an introduction on Irina's hunting eye that can see through illusions, which is normal. "Irina, you have a pair of eyes comparable to those of gods. You did a good job." Cao Xing praised casually. Irina shook her head, and her high ponytail swayed slightly. "You are too kind, Lord." She acted very calmly, but the corners of her mouth were hooked. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Irina Hawkeye, was touched by your words, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty 76." Cao Xing was stunned. This was just a casual compliment from him, but he didn't expect it to increase his favorability. Although the increase was not much, only 2 points, it was not bad. Cao Xing said happily, "Sure enough, women like to hear words of praise. It seems that I should praise my subordinates more when I have the chance in the future." For Cao Xing, this was just a matter of talking. "Gather. Follow me." Cao Xing led his people directly and walked towards the bush. When he got closer, a system prompt appeared in front of him. "Caveman hunting trap armor. 10 durability. 300 effect. Lure nearby wandering monsters and make them fall into the cave of cavemen." Seeing the effect behind, Cao Xing suddenly became excited. There seems to be a cave of cavemen below, and this means that Neve's sister is likely to fall from here. Liu Muxue next to him also became excited. "Sarah, dismantle this trap." Sarah immediately started to execute. Swish, swish. In a few seconds, this hunting trap was dismantled. Dismantle the caveman hunting trap. Gain experience points. 20 points. After the trap was dismantled, Cao Xing saw a deep cave below. He threw a stone down and soon heard a sound. This showed that the cave below was not deep, about 3 or 4 meters. However, the diameter of this cave was very small and could only accommodate an adult. In other words, the strong Andrew, the mammoth Tabe, and several robots had to stay outside. Cao Xing thought about it. Fortunately, his strongest combat power, Sarah, could follow him down. So Cao Xing directly ordered, "Sam, Sarah, Irina, follow me down. Others, stay up there." Sam turned over and jumped off the back of the frost wolf. Follow your orders, respected lord. He took the lead and jumped directly into the cave. The second person to go down was Sarah, followed by Irina. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue followed suit. They were now level 6 and level 7, respectively, with greatly improved attributes. This height was not a problem for them. Plop. After landing steadily, the two appeared in a dim environment. You have discovered a hidden area, the cave dweller's cliff cave. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Hey, this is actually a hidden area. According to Cao Xing's previous experience, hidden areas mean that there may be some special props inside. These special props have some unexpected effects. Liu Muxue also had a happy look on her face. Great. Crossing. Little Niv's sister is probably in there too. Cao Xing nodded. The cave dweller's cave was very dark, and there were bursts of monkey-like cries from inside. Cao Xing did not delay, and asked the recruited creatures to quickly clear the way ahead. Following the passage, they advanced for about 700 or 800 meters. This shows that the cave is really deep. Fortunately, there is no fork in the road. Moreover, they did not encounter any cave dwellers. Cao Xing wondered, strange, where did these cave dwellers go? At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly saw a small wooden door on the wall next to him. The wooden door was not locked and could be easily pushed open. Creaky. As the wooden door opened, a system prompt appeared. Found the cave dweller's bedroom. Damn. Ran to the cave dweller's sleeping room. Cao Xing went in and searched around. In the corner of the cave, he found some materials and collected them all. Get dry food asterisk 5 right square bracket. Get sticky liquid asterisk 3 right square bracket. Get wool scraps asterisk 7 right square bracket. Get cave dweller totem asterisk 1 right square bracket. Cao Xing nodded. Although they are all sundries, those sticky liquids are still good and can be sold at a good price. In addition, there is a wooden totem with a beast skull carved on it. Cave dweller totem. Jewelry. Item attributes. Increase strength by 2 points after wearing. This totem is engraved with the mark of the mountain god and can obtain a weak blessing from the mountain god. Increasing 2 points of strength is not bad. Cao Xing now has an ornament on his body, which is the family emblem of the carrot family. Survivors can equip up to 4 ornaments at the same time. Cao Xing equipped it directly. Then, Cao Xing walked out of the caveman's bedroom and continued to move deeper into the passage. There seemed to be many small wooden doors here, which were the rooms where the cavemen slept. There should be some gains. But now, Cao Xing had to hurry up to find Juliet and couldn't stay here for too long. So, he could only suppress his desire to search and continue to move forward into the cave. After moving forward about 200 or 300 meters, Cao Xing vaguely saw, in the passage ahead, 3 hunched, tall and thin creatures with long arms appeared. They were covered with grey hair and looked like a variant of gorillas. Caveman Warrior LV13, Race, Caveman HP 2140/2140, Attack Power 243257, Skills, Huge Strength, increases strength by 20%, Gravel Throwing, throws gravel, causing 60% of attack damage to the enemy, Talent, None. The 3 caveman warriors also discovered Cao Xing and the others. They immediately opened their mouths wide. Oh, it's humans. We can't let them disturb the mountain god's sacrifice. Catch them. The cavemen immediately raised their weapons high and jumped towards them. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. These cavemen can't run normally and can only rely on jumping to move forward. This way of moving is really a bit abstract. Cao Xing ordered, quick battle and quick decision. The next moment, Sarah, Irina, and Sam all launched their attacks. Irina stood straight, like a strong pine tree, making her already not small chest size appear more round and full. The bowstring in her hand was fully pulled, and then she released the arrow. Swoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and an arrow shot out instantly. It directly hit the chest of a jumping caveman. Puff. -574. This arrow triggered a weak point attack. Ouch. The caveman screamed. And at this moment, a shadow blade was handed out silently. Swish. Swish. Sarah directly turned on the continuous slash mode. -874, -853. Two terrifying damage numbers floated up. The health of this caveman warrior was reduced to 0 on the spot, and he fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the caveman LV-13 and gained 140 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 70 points. The other two cavemen saw the death of their companions and flashed with surprise in their eyes. Panama is dead, revenge for it. However, before they could rush over, Assam had already rushed over. The Frost Wolf sword technique continued to emit cold light. He directly held back the two cave dwellers with his own strength. The cave dweller waved the spear in his hand and stabbed at Assam. Ding. Ding. -46, -44. After two crisp sounds, two negligible damage numbers appeared above Assam's head. At this moment, a burst of cold air suddenly erupted from Assam. Swish. A damage number, -7, appeared above the two cave dwellers' heads. However, the damage was not the main thing. The main thing was that the cave dwellers were covered with a layer of frost, and their mobility was greatly reduced, making it easier for Assam to deal with them. This was the effect of Frost Magic Shield, which was very powerful. Renus kept pulling the bowstring in the back, causing considerable damage one by one. In the dark, Sarah was wielding the terrifying Shadow Blade. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining two cave dwellers were also killed by them cleanly. With the blessing of a lot of states, they all have the fighting power to fight against the boss level creatures of the same level. So this kind of battle, for them, there is no pressure at all. Well done, you are all the best fighters. Cao Xing praised casually, looking at the corpses of the three cave dwellers on the ground. The next step is to harvest the spoils. There is a little expectation in his eyes. Thanks to the book friends, for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Genesee 8 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Leonard for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 500 points of reward. Thanks to for 600 points of reward. Thanks to all the book friends for subscribing. Thank you. Chapter 75 Evil Sacrifice. Caveman Shaman. Cao Xing collected the spoils on the ground. Get large dry food asterisk 4 right square bracket. Get viscous liquid asterisk 9 right square bracket. Get caveman totem asterisk 3 right square bracket. Get book of strength weak asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get stone spear white asterisk 3 right square bracket. The gains were not bad. After all, these were just 3 ordinary monsters. Cao Xing nodded and said, keep going. Assam took the lead and moved deeper into the cave again. The further they went, the wider the passage seemed to become. At this time, they seemed to have found a cave. In the distance, a bright light appeared inside, and there were noisy caveman voices coming from inside. Oh, oh, oh. Praise the great mountain god. He provides cavemen with warm caves and delicious food. There was a chorus of voices from inside. Praise the great mountain god. Cao Xing frowned and asked in confusion. It seems that some kind of ceremony is being held inside? He cautiously led everyone to continue to approach. At this time, Cao Xing saw a cave appear in front of him. This cave is very large, with at least hundreds of cave dwellers gathered inside. At this moment, all these cave dwellers are kneeling on the ground, worshipping constantly. And the target of their worship is an altar made of stones. On the altar, a young woman with white skin and graceful figure lies quietly. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Found it. Although the attributes of the woman cannot be seen, it is obvious that she is most likely Neve's sister, Juliet. Liu Muxue's eyes also showed excitement. But she did not make any other moves. Liu Muxue knew that she had to keep quiet at this time, so as not to be noticed by the cave dwellers. Cao Xing continued to observe the situation inside. He noticed that the tree spirit woman placed on the boulder was tied up tightly with ropes and could not move. And above her head, there was a boulder nearly 2 meters high. The boulder was hung by a rope. As long as the rope broke, the boulder fell down, and the tree spirit woman would definitely be smashed into meat paste. At this moment, the group of cave dwellers were worshipping and making strange noises. Oh. Master Priest. Hurry up and hold the ceremony to sacrifice this woman to the great mountain god. Cao Xing took a glance and found that most of the cave dwellers were small fry below level 10. There were about 20 cave dweller warriors with combat power above level 10. Among them, there were 3 elite cave dweller berserkers. And this was not the most difficult one. The difficult thing was that next to the pile of boulders, there was a cave dweller shaman wearing a grass crown and painted with blue paint. This was a leader level creature. Cao Xing took a look at the attributes of this shaman. Caveman Frost Shaman LV15. Level. Second order boss creature HP. 6240/6240. Attack power. 431447 armor. 7478. Skills. Ice arrow rain. Summons a small ice rain in the target area, causing 36 waves of 88% magic damage to the enemy, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Ice cone spray. Sprays ice explosions in a cone-shaped area. Forward. Damaging enemies and healing allies, with a damage coefficient of 112% and a healing coefficient of attack power asterisk 150%, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Frost totem. Summons a totem with a frost aura, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the range by 25%. Mountain God protection. Every 30 seconds, a mountain god shield is formed around itself, with a shield durability of attack power 1.2. Talent. Caveman leader. When the number of cavemen on the field is greater than 20, the skill cooldown is reduced by 20%. This is a magical boss level creature, very powerful. The other 3 elite cavemen are pure melee, or level 15 creatures, with slightly stronger attributes than Assam. However, Assam has so many statuses, and in actual combat, he is even more powerful than these 3 elite monsters. Cao Xing is analyzing the combat power of both sides and quickly formulating tactics in his mind. At this moment, the ceremony is still in progress. The caveman shaman spoke. Great mountain god, please accept the sacrifice and bless the cavemen to catch more prey. The caveman shaman kept waving his staff, as if he would cut the rope at any time and smash Neve's sister into a pulp. The tree spirit woman lying on the pile of boulders had panic in her eyes. Cao Xing had almost thought of a battle plan at this time. He gestured to Sarah. Sarah understood and nodded. Disappeared directly into the shadows. In the dark cave, a shadow silently moved to the side of the caveman shaman. As a boss level creature, Sarah was 5 levels higher than the shaman. The caveman shaman still didn't notice Sarah until she got behind it. Silently, Sarah threw out a dagger of obstacles path. -723. A large damage number floated up, and the caveman shaman's health dropped a lot in an instant. Ouch. The caveman shaman screamed and quickly warned. There are enemies. Cavemen, take up your weapons. The sudden change made all the cavemen look confused. They didn't seem to expect that there would be an enemy invading their lair. At the same time, the caveman shaman quickly threw down a frost totem. The frost power spread, reflecting Sarah's figure. The blasphemer. It's the damned blasphemer. The blasphemer is here. Cave dwellers, take her down. 20 or 30 cave dwellers, armed with weapons, jumped and rushed towards Sarah. At this moment, Cao Xing ordered, begin the action. Assam rushed out instantly after hearing this. And Irina, who had been ready to go, also flew out of her arrow. Puff. -473. An arrow was deeply inserted into the back of one of the cave berserkers. There are blasphemers behind us too. Damn it. Our sacred territory has been invaded. Kill them. The atmosphere in this cave suddenly became extremely murderous. Dozens of cave dwellers rushed towards Assam. Although Assam was an elite creature, he couldn't resist facing so many enemies at the same time. And Cao Xing certainly wouldn't let him fight alone. He raised his staff and quickly used the special effect on it. Summon Demon Spider. A ball of black air flashed by, and 5 nearly 1 meter long underground demon spiders appeared in front of Cao Xing. He did not rush these demon spiders to rush forward. Instead, he gathered his magic power and quickly released the skill. Summon Frost Elves. Frost Elves wandering between heaven and earth, I summon you in the name of Goddess Pace. After chanting, a wave of magic power appeared. In front of Cao Crossing, two frost elves about 1.5 meters tall and water blue appeared. Like the demon spiders, these summoned creatures are not in the buff state, so they cannot be added by the eternal power, talent, and will disappear when the time is up. Cao Crossing said, Muxue, add status. Liu Muxue nodded immediately after hearing this. May the light of courage bless you. In an instant, all the demon spiders and frost elves were strengthened a lot in attack power. Then, Cao Crossing also put frost magic shield, ice healing, ice armor and other status on one of the demon spiders. At this moment, Assam was besieged by a group of cave dwellers, and a dense patch of damage appeared on his head. Although the damage was not high, there were too many cave dwellers besieging him. Assam's health was draining like water. Cao Crossing gave a direct order, asking 5 magic spiders and 2 frost elves to rush out to support Assam. Shashasha. Then, he looked at the archer next to him. Renus, you also go to help Assam fight and share the firepower. Renus rushed into the cave without hesitation. A group of cave dwellers noticed Renus and their eyes lit up. There is a blasphemer here. It seems to be a woman. Catch her and offer her to the mountain god together. In an instant, more than a dozen cave dwellers rushed towards Renus, including an elite cave dweller, and Assam's pressure was greatly reduced. At the same time, 5 magic spiders and 2 frost elves also fought with the group of cave dwellers. Now, Assam was fighting 2 elite cave dwellers alone, plus more than a dozen ordinary cave dwellers, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, the cavemen were unable to suppress Assam in numbers, which allowed this powerful knight to fully explode. Assam held the long sword with both hands, and stood in front of his chest. Defend the honor of the Lord to the death. Frost sword energy, cut, swish. The sword energy passed by, causing a wave of damage numbers, and there were bursts of screams among the cavemen. Not only that, Assam's body erupted with a ball of icy breath, which greatly reduced the ability of the cavemen who besieged him to move. Seeing this scene, Cao Crossing felt relieved. Muxue, protect me. After saying that, Cao Crossing took out the Barrett. After buying 100 bullets from Hilton, he no longer had to worry about the problem of insufficient ammunition. Liu Muxue nodded seriously, holding a shield and guarding Cao Crossing. And Cao Crossing, after aiming at the target with the Barrett's crotches, directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the head of one of the cavemen. -1374. Headshot. The caveman's health points were immediately reduced to 0, and he was deader than dead. Successfully killed caveman level 7, and gained 70 experience points. 2 seconds later. Bang! Another gunshot. -1121 armor breaking. This time, it was also an exaggerated damage, and it also took the life of a caveman. Bang, bang bang. In the empty cave, the sound of gunfire continued to echo, and every gunshot would definitely take the life of a caveman. Woohoo. This feeling of firepower suppression is so cool. Cao Crossing was shooting from behind, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, they were all living targets. However, Cao Crossing's wanton killing naturally attracted the attention of those cavemen. The cavemen locked their eyes on Cao Crossing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.